Whoa! Hey! Oh! Hey! Hey, chat. What's up? Welcome in. So yeah, weird day yesterday, but weird day today as well. I don't know. The moon's doing something. I saw I saw astrology, blue sky, or astronomy, whichever one. I don't fucking know. There's the one that does the magic with the stars. Talking about the moon was doing something. So it's got to be that. It can't be anything extraneous or anything other than that. I'm absolutely certain of it. But long story short, I was supposed to go, as you know, to my committee, the union's committee meeting yesterday. And it's going to look real weird, by the way, because I'm going to be looking a lot over here instead of over there. Or, like, just here. Because, basically, I've only got one monitor today, but I'll explain that in a minute. But, yeah, I was supposed to go to the committee thing yesterday. And, basically, ended up getting this, like, massive headache. Like, one of the things that has just started to happen after, like, coming out of this fatigue thing is, like, on Thursday last week when I was streaming, started to get, like, a bit of a headache, and I was like, oh, damn, this sucks. And then I woke up the next day and I was like, oh, I feel great. Like, I feel better. Like, I don't even know what's going on. Last night, similar thing happened just as I was about to head out to the committee meeting, and I just had to cancel because I was like, this is an overwhelming headache. So I kind of fucked that off, and I fucked off meeting up with my friend afterwards as well, and I just had some fucking paracetamol and stayed in bed. It was real bad. So yeah, that was pretty shitty, pretty sucky, but never mind. But I woke up today again and I'm fine. Like, it's just so weird. Like, this is one of the weirdest illnesses I've ever had, chat, and it's gone on for like the longest time. But I am feeling better today. I was really glad I got kind of validated in how I was feeling, because I bumped into Olivia, if you know, from my latest video, in town while I was out in town, and she was like, oh, it's so gross and sticky and like warm today, and I was like, oh, thank God, I thought I was getting sick again. So it's just all over the place. Also today, so basically I've kind of kept this from my community at large because it was a really, really nice gift. And I wanted it to be like a surprise because I'm going to start editing videos and doing stuff like that again. You know, I've been sort of like struggling to get back to the editing game, but my mum has actually been really kind, and she got me a new graphics card, and I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. I've needed a new graphics card for ages, and it's got 12 gig VRAM, so that means I'm able to like edit 4K on it loads easier. Like, before I was having such a struggle with my old graphics card, I can't believe it. So yeah, fucking new graphics card, installed that today. God, I've done so much stupid shit today, chat. Anyway, I'll tell you a bit more about that in a sec. But I just want to say hi to everyone in the chat, because there's some excellent people in the chat as always. Hello, Nada161. How you doing? Blue Vixen, good to see you. Long time no see. How you doing? Femboy Echo, how are you? Good to see you too. One who reads, hello. Out with my mate on Saturday. She texted me yesterday. She's tested positive for COVID. Yeah, a couple of people I know have tested positive for COVID as well. So yeah, you know, it's still out there. It's still out there. You got to be careful, chat. You got to be careful. But yeah, so anyway, so I decided today that I was gonna fit my new graphics card, and I've had a new SSD that's been I bought it fucking ages ago, and I've not put it in until I realized that my hard drive has actually been in it's been in my PC for like 8 years, and you're really not supposed to keep them for that long. I totally didn't even know. So it was just, this hard drive was just sitting there like getting worse and worse and worse, and I was about to lose all my fucking data on it, you know what I mean? So anyway, that's all fine now. That's all fine. So replaced that, and so I did that, and it was real crusty. Like I've done some real like MacGyver shit to my PC today, chat. So it's amazing that it's still working. But essentially, what happened was I didn't know. I thought that the graphics card wouldn't fit in my PC because obviously my mum only knows like, you know, what my previous graphics card is. She doesn't know if it's gonna fit in like the case or whatever. And I thought, oh no, she's got me this fucking one that's not right for my case. It doesn't fit in my case or something like that. So I actually like got the pliers and the bolt. Like I've got like sort of mini bolt cutters, and I like snapped a bit of metal off my case so that it would fit in. But then when I went to put it in, it fit in normally anyway. And I was like, oh, what have I done? So I've had to like tape up the the gap where that bit of metal was. So I just got like electrical tape in there. And then my new SSD that I just put in, I've already got 2 SSDs in there. So there's no space for another one. There's no like place where you can like screw it in. So I'm like, fuck. And I'm like Googling and I'm like, where can you just put an SSD? And you can put them anywhere because it's a solid state drive. It doesn't move. So it doesn't actually matter. You can fucking hang it diagonally if you want, apparently. But I'm not gonna risk that. But so I got some tape and I just taped it to like the top of the other 2 SSDs. So it's this ridiculous, and I've got it all sorted, and I'm like, oh, thank God. Okay, so I'm like, this will probably be fine. It will probably be okay. I'm not gonna like set my PC on fire or some shit. And then I ended up getting ready to turn on the PC to see if it still works, make sure I've not broken it. And then I'm replugging in the monitors, right? The monitor cables. I got 2 monitors, and they're both HDMI cables. And I thought, this is a modern graphics card. It's definitely got 2 HDMI cables. No. Fucking absolutely not, my friend. No. We've got these new ones that you've never seen before because you're old now and times are moving beyond you and you don't even know what these things are. So you have to Google them. And apparently they're called DisplayPort cables. Never seen them in my fucking life. Never seen him in my fucking life. I don't even know what the fuck they are. So I'm like, fuck, I got a stream tonight. So I'm like Googling like which shops have HDMI to DisplayPort adapters in Manchester. And I went out to the Arndale, like the mall thing that we got here. All the fucking computer shops in there they didn't even know what I was talking about. They didn't even know what I was fucking talking about. So I had to come home and order them off Amazon, and I was like, fine, fuck it, I'll just get... It's £5, do you know what I mean? It's stupid that I've got to order that off Amazon. Like, think about how much, like... Do you know what I mean? How much emissions are, like, connected to that? Anyway. Fucking stupid. But anyway, so I did that. I've got that on the way. So today, I've just got 1 monitor, which is why I'm looking this way all the time, because that's where my 1 monitor is in relation to the camera, which is there. The camera's there, the monitor's there. So it's going to be weird, chat. But when I'm actually, like, looking off the screen now, I'm going to be looking at your messages. So maybe it makes it a bit more believable. Maybe I'll keep it like this. I don't know. Anyway, let's have a look at the chat, because we've got some new people in as well. MBND, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Sugary Senpai, good to see you. Good to see you. And Chris, WT Fern, you sweet boy. Everybody, please go follow Chris. He's great. Go show him some love. He's a great streamer. How are you doing? Blue Vixen says, I'm good. I was busy at work. I took a week off for vacay. Now back at work and want to go back to time off. Oh, yeah, I know that one. I know them thoughts. Yeah, DisplayPort, Sugary Senpai. Yeah, crazy. I made that same exact mistake when I got my setup last year after not having a PC for like 8 years. What is that like? They just like were like, yeah, we got a new cable now. We got a new cable now. And it's like, what? So like, I don't even know. I don't even know. Should I get like, I don't know. Does my monitor have a DisplayPort output? I don't know, because I'm just having to get an adapter for the time being, and it might look shit. What if it just looks shit, chat? With the adapter. It's something to do with 4K, innit? It's something to do with 4K, basically. It's like a thick HDMI cable. Anyway. Reminds me of when I went to a store literally called Bulbs and Batteries, and they had neither the bulbs or the batteries I was looking for. Yeah, it's good that. I love that. This is capitalism for you, chat. Do you know what I mean? Oh, we don't need, you know, our quality of service isn't the dictator of whether our business survives or not. It's whether we make a profit. So it doesn't matter if we don't have anything useful. As long as people are buying stuff from us regularly, it's fine. You know? Sorry, I'm gonna fuck up the stream loads tonight. I just switched scenes and everything. I just went onto this without even thinking. Probably not unless they're newish. I had to get HDMI to DisplayPort cables for mine. That's such a pain. Yeah, for sure. Never heard of this cable that's only 3 years old. I've never heard of it. Odnon, how's it going? Welcome in. Do you know what? I've just realized that the music is still quite loud, isn't it? Not turned it down to what it normally is at. I'm sorry if it was super loud then, chat. Sweet Odnon. Everybody please go follow Odnon. What a delightful individual. He's a great streamer. How you doing? DisplayPort was an Apple invention. Pretty sure the Apple Store would still stock them, but for a lot more than £5. Anarchic Alex, you've got to be joking me. There's an Apple Store and I didn't even go in because I was thinking, oh my god, that's ridiculous. Well, welcome to the stream anyway. It's good to see you. Welcome in, new chatter, you know. Anyway, what have I got for you today, chat? Well, the answer to that is this. We've got lots of cool stuff to look at. We have got some good news from Ecuador for indigenous people over there. Then we're going to be talking about Niger and Maui with, well, not with Foreign Man in a Foreign Land. I just said that on my Instagram Go Live post and had to correct it that he's not coming on the stream or anything, which would be good, wouldn't it? It'd be good to get Foreign back on the stream, but never mind. We're just going to watch one of his videos. We're going to watch his video on Niger and Maui. And then we're going to be checking out a video from More Perfect Union. Very, very cool. And then we got the new Cody Shody, and that will probably take us to the end of the stream, chat. That's probably what we're up to. But how's everybody in the chat? What did you get up to yesterday? What have you been up to today? What are you doing? What's going down? Adam Altogether, hey, how you doing? I saw a robbery at an Apple Store. I was an eyewitness. Great, yeah, great, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, the vote. Wait, what the vote? What the vote? You mean the Cody Shody? You saw the latest Cody Shody? It's very good. Sorry to hear about your monitor. That's all right, Woodberg. I hope you're doing all right. It's fine. I got a new cable coming tomorrow. It's all good. It's all good. It's just kind of weird. Like I've not streamed on one monitor in about like fucking 6 years. Like it must be 6 years. Honestly, I'd forgotten how like weird this is to do. But I never used to do it with like watching like React streams. I never used to do that. It always used to be like playing games, so it was different, you know. Oh, the Ecuador vote. Yeah. Trying to make a joke with a rhyme with Shody and did a poor job. Well, at least it was better than Adam Altogether's joke. There you go. Don't worry about that. I'm just kidding, Adam Altogether. It's all good. How are you doing? It's good to have you. Good to have you here. Losing my other monitor will be like losing an eye at this point. Can't even imagine. I mean, look, you know, it's fine. I still have it. It's not dead or anything. I just need to, like, you know, sort it out. I just need to sort it out, basically. But there it is. There's the news. There's the secret happy news that I've been keeping from everybody. I'm very excited. I've got a new graphics card. I'm excited to do some gaming with it because it's a 3070 chat. Like, what is that? Is that like a good one? I don't really... All I really know is that it's better than my last one. And it's got 12 gig VRAM. And that means I can edit, like... I can edit 4K loads easier. It's not going to take like fucking ages, like hopefully Premiere Pro or like any other kind of editing software isn't going to be like going every time I try and fucking edit with it. So, fingers crossed. 3070 is great. It's what I'm planning to get. Okay, good. Good. I'm good, thanks. I got pizza. What pizza you got? I'm getting into game development recently. My ancient 1080 is not cutting it. You see, that's crazy, right? Do you know what I mean? Because, like, this is why I didn't understand, because I thought my 1070 was completely fine. But it's not, because apparently it's apparently the model above that is ancient. And I'm just like, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. I thought it would be cool. Like, apparently you're supposed to replace your graphics card every 3 to 4 years. But I think that it's because I'd sort of put that out of my head because I can't really afford to just be like buying graphics cards. And I was thinking like, oh, well, you know, cryptocurrency and NFTs, they've like jacked up the prices of graphics cards, right? Love the market, chat. It's such a good thing. Oh, cool. The economy, great. I'm still rocking an RX 580. Odnon, what is that like compared to, like, what, like, I only understand NVIDIA. I'm sorry. I don't know anything about, like, RX. Or is that an NVIDIA card? I don't know. Is it like a Radeon? I'm not sure. It should be fine, but games are increasingly just sort of balancing around higher-end cars. Yeah, this is what I mean. It's like people aren't optimizing their games for stuff like that. It's like fucking when I was streaming 7 Days to Die and it was going at like 12 frames a second, but the stream was fine. I wasn't dropping any frames. It was nothing to do with OBS or my CPU or anything like that. To be honest, it probably wasn't even to do with my GPU because I played fucking what's that one game? Time loop master. What's it called? Death Loop, right? I played that at like the start of 2022, and that was fine. It's an AMD Radeon, right? I was gonna say pretty newish as of like 2019. It can still rock everything pretty well. Yeah. Doing fine. Halfway through Berserk, but also started to read The Mushroom at the End of the World. Incredible. That's great. What bit specifically are you at in Berserk? Because halfway is like, to me, that could be anything from like Deluxe Edition 3 to Deluxe Edition 7. It's a big bit. Elden Ring runs like a dream on my 1080. This is what I mean. I fucking streamed. Excuse me. I streamed Elden Ring when it came out on my 1070. I spent like fucking three fucking weeks on that shit. You know? Armored Core 6 might finally break the system though. The Armored Core games are supposed to be really good because they're from software, aren't they? Yeah. I might have to get into them, chat. I might have to get really unhealthily into some more from software games. Probably good. You're on volume 27. Okay, so you're in the earlier half of halfway through. I'm with you. They're super good. I'm just not into mech games. You know, the only mech game that I really enjoyed is that Zone of the Enders that, what's his face? Metal Gear Solid. We can do shooty robots together if you do. Hell yeah. Well, it'll all depend on chat being incredible chatters and supporting your boy Donkus Jonkus Monkus this month. You know, help me get to my goal, and then I can maybe afford Armored Core 6, and I can play it with Odnon. Imagine that. Hideo Kojima, thanks. Roho Mild, how are you doing today? Good to see you. Chat, listen, I know I just started the stream, but I gotta go to the toilet real quick. I've not planned this very well at all. I'll be back in a tick. Make sure you stretch your legs, all that kind of stuff. I don't know how long you've been on Twitch today, but I won't be too long. I'll be back in a tick. All right, see you in a sec. God, that was weird coming in and seeing fucking just one monitor. I was like, what's happened? Oh, yeah, it's that. Okay. Oh, okay. Middle-earth Marxist, hi, how you doing? Good to see you. What's going on? What was it? What were we on about? What were we on about then, chat? I can't even remember. Oh! I was just gonna try something because I wonder if this is like... I think maybe... Can I have a look at this? LUT. Am I in the right? Have I got the right? Yeah, my LUT is missing. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Hang on a sec. Chat, I just gotta try and figure something out. Okay, give me a sec. I thought I was looking a bit green. Filters. Is it filters? Yeah, I think it is. Filters, LUTs. Aha! Shit, I've forgotten which one it is. Oh my god, chat, I've forgotten which one it is. Sort by date. Oh, that's not helped. That's not helped at all. September 2022, is it that? Oh yeah! Oh, look at that! Immediately, looking exactly how I'm supposed to look. Hey! Hey, hey, hey! Alright, I'm back. Now we're back, chat. Now I'm fucking back. We're so back. I don't actually look like what I looked like before. I look more like this IRL. You know, it's no good. It's no good having that weird. I don't know why it's green. I think I put the. I think when I was setting up the camera, the SLR, I think I was setting it up to like embellish the greens so that it would fully do the chroma key for the green screen. I'm not a Martian. No, I'm not like Sophie, unfortunately. Just started to make games super fair. The level of customization is sometimes redundant. Hopefully they've squared it up to be more accessible from the looks of it. It's also just kind of its own thing. I totally get that. I'm a pretty basic person. I like it when robot does shooty booms. I was hesitant about Sekiro when it was announced. Slowly convinced to get it as more info was released, and then I loved it. Haven't felt the same way about AC6, and it's coming out in 2 days. Wait, Assassin's... Oh, Armored Core 6. I thought you were going to say Assassin's Creed 6. I was like, damn, Chris is playing some bad games. Maybe it'll be another Sekiro situation in the end. Who knows? Who knows? I was the same about... well, I wasn't the same about Sekiro. I'm sure if I played it, I'd loved it, but I'm not into it. I'm not into it. Hello, Sweet Pea Mule. Aw, Sweet Pea. Oi, just marveling at the war on shoplifting by supermarkets who just announced a $400 million rebound, at the same time crying that their profits are down 12%. 12%? Damn. Maybe they should, like, not have a profit incentive, you know? Maybe they shouldn't be profit-focused. Queen Pib, is this Castlevania? Pass. Don't know. I'll find out for you now. Yeah, Castlevania Chronicles. This music is called Thrashard in the Cave. Not this one. This one, it's changed now. This is from Front Mission Alternative. Whatever that game is. I don't know. The beautiful thing about this playlist is that it is, like, so good. Because it also, like, opens your eyes to a bunch of different, like, PSX games that, like, you might have not played. 12% from the record highs of COVID too, by the way. So, like, they had a record high profit during the lockdown. Is that what they're saying? Castlevania Symphony of the Night is one of your favorite games of all time. I need to play it, yeah. I need to play it because I love Metroidvanias. And of course Castlevania is the other half of that, you know, because I always really enjoyed Super Metroid. but never played Castlevania, so... But then I've played Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, and that's really good. Or Bloodstained Curse of the Moon, or Curse of the Wolf, or something like that. I don't know what it is. I don't know. Is there a link to the playlist? I could give you that right now. Yeah, it's right here. There you go. Some PlayStation Jungle. That person's YouTube channel is really good. They just do mixes like this all the time. It's really, really good. Called Ryland Kirshanoff. No problem. Definitely no incest. Whoa. I hope not. Definitely no interest in Assassin's Creed. I got Quake 2 remastered recently and I've been loving it. Oh. I want to play the new Sonic game, chat. I want to play the new Sonic game. It's coming out. Anyway, by the way, go follow Queen Pib. I don't know if I said that. She's got an auto shout out in the chat, but she's amazing and you really have to go and show her some love because she's one of the best streamers on this platform. It's incredible. All supermarkets did record profits. Now they're blaming shoplifting for a drop in profits, not their gross profiteering and driving of inflation. Well, exactly, yeah. Exactly. Like, what can they expect when everybody's got to pay more money for the same shit? And they go, well, I'll go somewhere cheaper because I have to. You know? Hard agree. Pib stream is so much fun. Pib stream is everything I aspire to be. You know what I mean? Not like a drag queen, but like just everything, the production value is so good. I'm the same. I played Super Metroid, Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, but not Symphony. Yeah. Look, I mean, I'm hoping to do more Fridays. I'm hoping to do more Friday streams, chat, and I'll be getting back into gaming. I'll be getting back into gaming as soon as you know, as soon as we get through August. Although I'm sure I might be able to do a stream this Friday. What am I doing this Friday? I'm not doing anything. I might as well stream this Friday. Fuck it, chat. I'm streaming this Friday. I'll play some games. I'll continue playing Fallout 1 with my new 30. I don't even know what it is. A 3070. $3060. 3060. Video games are fun. Yeah, they are. They are actually fun. Yeah, on my new 3060, I'll be playing some fucking Fallout 1. How about that, chat? How about that? Is it a 3060 Ti or just regular 3060? All I know is it's that. It's that, whatever that is. Ventus. Yeah. I don't know. It's got ray tracing. I'm gonna turn on ray tracing on Fallout 1. I don't even know what ray tracing is. I have no idea. I've never seen ray tracing. Apparently there's like a ray tracing Minecraft comparison or something like you could put ray tracing on in Minecraft. Let me see if I can find the video. Ray tracing Minecraft comparison. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Real-time reflection. Hey, Alejandro Bro, how you doing? Comparison. All right, let's have a look at this, chat. Let's have a quick look at this. Yeah. So that's RTX ray tracing off. Okay. Hey, Gold Orchard, how you doing? RTX on. Whoa! Oh, okay, that was kind of neat. It's just like this is just no, there's got to be like a mod on that, right? They got to have shaders on that for sure. For sure. They look the exact same. No, they don't. Can't even imagine my rays not being traced. I mean, that fucking... The surface there looks pretty damn good. That's mods, though, right? They got mods on. There's mods on that. There's... Yeah, I think it's just shadows and light beams. Yeah, I never really got the hype either. Better, more realistic lighting. Okay. Realistic tracing of sun rays. Okay, all right. No. It has to be with shaders. It has to be, right? Yeah, Minecraft... The original... Excuse me. It doesn't even support, doesn't even support ray tracing, like you say. All right. Okay. That's what we're dealing with. Ray tracing. That's what it looks like on Minecraft, anyway. I think it showed me that. I think that was like a thing that it showed me when it was like I was researching it or something. I can't remember. It's also uncanny to give a stylized game like Minecraft realistic textures for me anyway. Yeah, I don't like realistic textures, yeah. Realistic lighting in Minecraft is pretty pog, but not the textures, I agree. It's really weird. It feels really weird. It makes it feel like... It is uncanny. That's the best way to put it, Chris. Yeah, that's the best way to put it. Oh, I agree, Gold Orchard. Yeah, it's all about the polished gameplay, yeah. The only thing that I'm bothered about with this new graphics card is, like I say, editing in 4K. Because I'm going to be doing all of my content 4K moving forward. I've got a very, very exciting video about class consciousness and how intersectionality is, you know... You have to, like... understand how it all upholds capitalism and shit like that. I got a new video planning. I'd already dropped that on the Patreon. Go and support me on Patreon if you want some, exclusive updates for Muel content. But yeah, I'm very excited to do the class consciousness thing. I was actually researching a little bit about it last night. I was reading an article on it, and one of those awful ads came up. It's like one of the most awful things. Absolutely vile. It was basically... I'll try and find it because I posted a picture of it on... Oh, here we go. Yeah, I posted a picture of it on Blue Sky. And it's this. Oh, hold up. You see that? Yeah, you can see that. So, if you're wondering what this is... This is, it's on Temu, by the way, whatever that is. I don't know what that is. But apparently, if you can see there, if you see the two, like the before and the after thing, I think this is something that you're supposed to like hold in your mouth so that your chin becomes more aesthetically pleasing in the eyes of white Western, excuse me, capitalism, right? That's kind of what it... That's kind of what it's for. And I just thought, fuck. That's pretty ironic, you know? Temu is the new Wish. I have to get ads to join the police. Yeah, imagine. Temu is the garbage that didn't sell on Wish. Oh, damn. We should do a Temu stream, chat. We should do a Temu stream. Let's do some Temu streams. Where we just, like, find some absolutely... Have you ever seen, like, those streams that people do where they, like, go on Wish... And, like, have a look at, like, weird fucking, weird shit on Wish. Are they claiming it narrows your chin? Yeah. First of all, fucked up that anyone would ever want to do that. And look, I know it's your body. If it's, like, a gender-affirming thing, yeah, you know, cool. But, like, it's fucked up that society is, like, your chin has to look a certain way. Otherwise, you're not right for the world, right? I hate that shit. Yeah, it was just so weird. It was just so weird that came up on one of the ads because it's like, you know, this is kind of like related to false consciousness or not having a class consciousness, you know? This is really bad. It's obviously marketed to cis women. Oh, no, of course. You know, it's rare that you find things marketed to trans women, you know? Especially on like random articles on like I can't even remember what website it was. It was just an article just sort of like putting together some of the critiques of class consciousness and some of the expanding theories, you know. So it was just so weird. It was just so odd. Anyway, for example, in the latest Metro game, when designing an area, they actually had to place light sources, then manually tweak the effects so that the lighting is enough. But with ray tracing, you just need to place the light source and let ray tracing realistically light the area. Okay, that's pretty interesting. So I guess in like Silda's shaders, it would actually be really good, because that's kind of where Silda's shaders kind of that's the only reason that I have Silda's shaders, really, chat. When I play Minecraft, it's so that the light behaves in a realistic way, but it still wasn't like realistic enough, I guess. So yeah, very interesting. It'd be cool to check that out, you know. So where was I up to? Yeah, I'm excited to be able to do more editing in 4K. Anyway, listen, right, we've been chatting for about 45 minutes or so, so we're going to start the stream. We're starting off with this really cool bit of news. It's from Democracy Now! Content warnings for colonialism and racism, I guess, because, you know, there's probably going to be a bit of a discussion of that. It's about a 7-minute long video from Democracy Now! Don't forget to show some love to Comrade Amy, Big Amy. Everyone say hello, Amy, when we get her up in a sec. Give the video a like, give the video a sub. You know, help out our comrades, our leftist content creator comrades. But yeah, we're going to be checking this video out. Major vote on oil in Ecuador and indigenous groups celebrating results. So, let me just turn this off. Okay, there we go.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Mimi Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We end today's show in Ecuador, where voters Sunday overwhelmingly supported a historic blocking oil extraction in the Amazon's Yasuni National Park, the largest protected area in Ecuador, with massive petroleum reserves crossing through indigenous Yasuni land. The effort was spearheaded by indigenous leaders and environmental defenders. This comes as Ecuadorians also took to the polls for a snap presidential election.
Everybody go follow Goblin Hugger, they're amazing.
Placed first ahead of a runoff election in October. At least 3 political leaders were killed, assassinated ahead of the election. For more, we go to Puyo, Ecuador.
That shit was fucked up. Like they're just absolutely desperate to prevent any kind of socialism in South America at all. You know.
Horrible. A youth Quechua Sariaku environmental activist who campaigned for the referendum and grew up in the remote Quechua Sariaku community in the Ecuadorian Amazon. Elena, it's wonderful to have you with us. Can you talk about the significance of this vote?
Hi, yes. This vote, first of all, this referendum was supposed to take place 10 years ago, and because of corruption, it didn't happen, and now finally, 10 years later, it was passed, and there was a lot of uncertainty of what the results would be. However, today, Ecuador has really shown that Ecuador is a country that is committed to protecting the Amazon rainforest, protecting indigenous peoples. It sets a crucial precedent for all indigenous territories in the Amazon, as well as for the world, because this is the first time that people actually get to vote on an oil project, let alone an existing oil project. And now this oil project has to exit, even though they're still active in that territory.
That's great.
It's really, really important on a national level, but I think also for the world. I mean, a country like Ecuador that you know, has been dependent on oil for many years economically, decides to
I can't show that.
Oil in the Amazon really shows that that's the way that we should be going into.
And Elena, this is a very personal story for you. You grew up in a remote community in the Ecuadorian Amazon. Tell us about your community and why you have said that being an environmental activist, it was not a choice for you.
I grew up in Sarayaku, which is a community here in the Ecuadorian Amazon. We fought oil when I was a child, and I witnessed everything that happens when big oil tries to come into your community without consent. And I mean, what was...
Yeah, this is the thing, chat. It's just not a choice. for indigenous people, you know? It's not a choice for people who live on the land that people want to start developing stuff around. Like, I think this is why I go so hard on doomerism, because it's like, you know, imagine telling this person here when they were a kid, like, oh, you know, you're so brave and inspirational. Like, I just find it so hard to, like, you know what I mean, do anything. You know, like, she would just be looking at you like, huh? What? We don't have a choice. Like, you've not even got any of this. You don't have to worry about any of this shit. Like, what's wrong with you?
In Yasuni was happening when they wanted to start exploit oil there. It was happening around the same time as my community was able to kick out the oil company from our territory. So this was a really interesting time as well, where we grew up witnessing what was happening to Yasuni 10 years ago when they allowed oil exploitation, as well as we were able to protect our territories. And now 10 years later, we're able to protect this, the Yasuni territory as well, which, you know, is incredibly remarkable in the way that it's been done, because it's through popular vote, and we have millions of people who have actually backed this up. So, I mean, yes, of course,
that is crazy. The fact that it was popular vote as well, like, really, really awesome. And it just shows that, like, most people, again, this should, like, fill everybody with hopium as well, because it just shows that most people, like in many cases, for example, trans acceptance in the USA, even though there's, like, all these horrible anti-trans bills and shit like that being pushed through by these, like, fucking ghouls, the majority of people in the USA either do not care that, you know what I mean, that trans people, like, have no effects on their lives, or they support them. Like, that's the majority, the overwhelming majority. Do you know what I mean? There's only, like, a tiny minority that hate them. And it's the same for a lot of things. It's the same for caring about the climate. It's the same for workers' rights. It's the same for lots of fucking based progressive stuff, you know? So just remember that, you know, when you're going out there and you're doing your thing or whatever, you know? Actual democracy as well. Yeah, I mean, you know, this is cool. It's a referendum. You know, referendums are like that rare time. You know, in theory, there should be a referendum on everything that the government does, right? That would be like true democracy, you know? That would be like full true democracy. If the government decides to, like, do something, or they want to bring something in, you got to ask the people, right? You got to ask the people that elected you. Make sure that it's still fine for you to do that. Otherwise, it's a flawed democracy, and it has no basis in... well, I'm simplifying it, but you know what I mean? Like, this is like what they do in Cuba. This is, like, legitimately why this shit is really, really good and has to happen, you know?
Has been very emotional for everyone who has been involved, and especially for those who come from the Yasuni territory and have been fighting for this for over 10 years, trying to protect their lands.
And can you talk about how this is a blow to the Ecuadorian President Lasso and the significance of the region, the Yasuni Forest, one of the most biodiverse places on Earth, and the oil company that's being kicked out, Elena?
The oil company that's being kicked out is a state-owned company, Petroecuador. They only have 1 year left of their contract. So basically, the referendum is to see if there is a new contract or if the contract is ended. The government has been a little unclear on where they actually stand. Of course, they've been promoting the no vote, but there are many people within government that have stayed very silent on this, which has been surprising. I think what's more interesting than the I guess, like, the response of the government is the response of the new candidates, because at the same time there was presidential elections. The Luisa Gonzalez has been clearly in favor of the no vote and against the protection of this place, because her party was the party that actually allowed oil exploitation in Yasuni, and her opponent, Daniel Noboa, has pronounced himself in favor of the yes vote, in favor of protecting it.
Okay.
So it'll be really interesting also to see how they, in the second round of the elections, will defend the yes vote and the no vote, because now whichever one wins has to, comply with what the Ecuadorian people voted, which is to protect this place and that and create a plan for the oil company's exit. I think that's much more interesting because the no vote has been,
So I wonder if what Helena was saying earlier is that the vote was on whether to renew the contract. That's what Helena said. So does that mean then that they'll just get like another company in to have another contract? Or is it actually what, like if I scroll down here, you can see it says Ecuadorian voters have overwhelmingly supported a ban on future oil extraction. So is that actually what's happened, or is it just the contract like Helena says?
There's been a really, really hard campaign from Luisa Gonzalez's side and her party and her team.
And so you take the opposite position, just to be clear, with the yes and the no vote. What parts are able to be exploited by petroleum company, Elena?
Unfortunately, within the Yasuni National Park, there are, besides this, the one that's called Yasunitete, which was in question in this particular referendum, there are still 8 oil blocks that are active. And in
8.
I guess next to them, there are 13, or outside of the national park, there are 13 oil blocks that are still being exploited. Yesterday, we got the news that
one is good enough,
usually their school fees and university fees get paid by the oil company. Now they're not getting paid by the oil company or their school fees.
We have 10 seconds.
Their scholarships are not getting, they're not being covered by the oil companies anymore. Even though within the Waurani territory, there are still 10 oil blocks. So there was a lot of confusion on why the provinces where there are oil blocks actually were the only ones that voted against this, where they had a majority.
Elena, we're going to leave it there, but we're going to continue after the post show with an interview in Spanish. Elena Gualenga speaking to us from Ecuador. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez.
Big up, Amy. Big up, Amy. We love that. Love to see that. Yeah, so, this is the thing, chat. Like, people all over the world overwhelmingly support climate action, like positive climate action, It's just a fact. We just have to mobilize, a lot of people to do a lot of activism. That's all it is. That's really all it is. So, what do we got next? Well, let me tell you. We have got some foreign man in a foreign land. Very excited. This is from Foreign's second channel called Foreign Fridays. So I'm going to drop a link to that in the chat because obviously we want to help our boy Foreign. Hey Steph, how's it going? And TTK, how are you all doing? Welcome in. Just bear with me, chat. As you know, I've got to figure this out. I've got to do one monitor stream engineering. I can't even see what chat's saying. You better be behaving. So if I change the title to anti-colonialist mode, going anti-colonialist mode, that's what we're calling it. Well, yeah, isn't really going because I'm always in that. So we'll call it anti-colonialist mode. Let's go. Same content warnings for this content. We're going to be talking about imperialism, colonialism, all that stuff. Just give me a sec. I'm just getting this. I'm just trying to work with a very, very, very small screen, chat. Okay. There we go. All right. Boom. There it is. Hopefully removing the first oil block will have a domino effect. Well, we'll see. You didn't know he had a second channel? He did. He does. It's there. There it is. I'm sleepy. Back from my trip, though. Welcome back. Hope you had a great time. I hope that it was all good. Chat to me about it later, if you like. But yeah. And Steph says, what's happening? Just finished playing Magic the Gathering with my friend. Well, that sounds like a delightful evening. Okay, let's check out this video. This is we need to talk about Niger and Muel, and I think it is going to be a big sort of rant about colonialism. As we know, foreign is pretty shit hot on that stuff. So let's check this out. How do I fucking stream, chat? How do I do this?
It's a spot of border for the president right now. Nigeria is a ravenous source of uranium, and you know that the colonizers love them some resources.
It's true.
Caring people, that's our nature.
They love them natural resources. Like I'm talking about, they absolutely adore natural resources. The colonizers want that. They want that bad. They're just horny for the uranium. They're horny for the proximity to the rest of sub-Saharan Africa. France. I got so much heat for the French. We don't do enough with the French. I don't think people realize how small image of France.
Yeah, how small France is and how much like colonial power it actually wields. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
How small on map. How small this place is in comparison to everything else. I don't think you all know.
It's tiny.
I don't think you all realize how small this little... Oh, Lord, I can't stand France. Oh, I can't stand France. I can't stand it, blood. Beyond what they did to Haiti, but also... what they did in West Africa is honestly heinous. Just do a good thought exercise and look around the map and figure out which countries speak which language. And you could get like a glimpse of just how colonial these places were. How imperial these places were.
UK even smaller, Dutch, it's true. Well, England for sure.
Well. But France, we don't talk about them enough. And you have to understand how... I'm sorry, this is going to get real bad. You have to understand how pathetic France is.
It's true.
A country. Okay? You have to understand basically how destitute, how dog shit France is as a country. Okay? Like, thank you, Swolsome. Quebec right up inside there. So yeah, Swolsome, you understand. Yeah, Leopold, of course, like that's Belgium, of course. But Leopold was Leopold. If you ever search up, trigger warning if you ever search up Leopold, because what he did, the Leopold Zoo, what he did was you.
Whoa, the US is literally sandwiched between two French-speaking swathes of land? What? What do you mean?
You ain't even going to hell. You going under hell for that, for fun. But France, y'all don't understand how lousy France is.
Yeah.
And this is important. But France is so lousy. It failed its revolution. It had an ass revolution. Like in the tier list of revolutions, France is one of the worst revolutions ever.
It's true.
The French Revolution, we study it like literally in political science.
He's right. It's like they killed off the king and the queen and shit. And Louisiana used to be French Creole South. Oh, of course. Oh my gosh. Sorry, yeah, I'm thinking about countries, not just Louisiana, yeah, but like a bunch of places spoke French in the south of the US. Yeah, crazy. I forgot about that. Yeah, I forgot about that. But yeah, you know, we all think of like, you know, because France's working class are pretty based, right? We know this. They're pretty good at protesting. They're pretty good at like kicking off and shit like that. And, you know, we're going to have a look at that actually in a second. But back in the day, they were like, we're going to murk off the king because fuck that guy. We're going to murk off the queen because fuck her too. And anyone related to the monarchy or anything like that, just fuck them all off because we don't want that shit. But then they just went ahead and like had a dictator. And it was the same thing. Like, it's literally just like, all right, turn up the Napoleon dial, you know? Just nuts. Completely nuts. Hey, my dog, how you doing? Welcome in. I think part of that stemmed from just how unabashedly the colonial elites were. Yeah, for sure. Hey, Huskadoo, how you doing? Good to see you. Everyone's popping in. Actual arguments I see with settlers, yes, French colonium, but it's not as bad as it used to be, as only 40% of Nigerians have access to electricity, and 1 in 3 French light bulbs are powered through uranium. Yeah, it's fucked. It's still fucked for sure.
In 315 in Law and Politics, when we studied the French Revolution, I was there just absolutely agape, mouth on the floor. Literally, dust was in. You could use my mouth as a dustpan to sweep up the floor. How low my mouth was, because essentially France failed hog revolution, right? But when it came to World War II, and this kind of foreshadows to my video that I got coming out right now, ADHD is making me want to show you all the thumbnail, but I'm gonna wait until afterwards. The Third Reich, very bad, very, very bad. But listen, when you read the history and you realize that Germany and the Luftwaffe and Göring, the Luftwaffe and the airplane militarization by Göring essentially just changed the way that people think about war in general, especially Americans. The reason why you put so much credence and weight into like the military program, especially air flight, is all because of Göring. Göring, Big Belly Göring, Big Body Göring, that man right there, he is as revolutionary when it comes to I'm not extolling these people, by the way. I hate these niggas. I hate these niggas more than I hate myself. Like, seriously. But the fact of the matter is, Göring, gotta give credit when it's due. When it comes to like imperial flight tactics, my man was in his bag. Like, he knew what he was doing. He was a World War One star, like fighter, whatever, pilot.
Yeah, we know what you mean, bro.
Anyway,
we know what you mean, Foreign.
Right? The airplane basically trained by Göring. Like, this fleet of airplanes are trained by Göring. Let me go and like find a picture of that, because I ain't gonna lie, like, let me tell you, Göring belly big, you know, y'all don't understand. Göring belly is huge. Look at this man. Herman. Stop that. And this is a nice picture of him. You see, you can't find real pictures of Göring when Göring was strung out on morphine. And he belly get dead big, and all.
Oh my god, he was on morphine.
Yeah, Goebbels. I tell you, Goebbels, between Goebbels and oh god, who's the guy, man? What's his name, chat? Big Body Göring. But I'm talking about the guy that was in Hess.
With the keyboard.
Oh my god. If there was a guy.
Yeah, it's fucked. It's fucked, my dog. It was so bad. I was out in town today and I thought I was getting sick again. I still think it still feels gross. It still feels gross here, honestly. Like, it's just like really fucking warm. It's just absolutely vile. It's like sticky, warm, like, but not like, it's that humid sort of horrible, like you feel like you're having a cold sweat. Do you know what I mean? It's hanging. Absolutely hanging.
Listen to me.
In the UK, anyway.
Of Hess, this man right here, Rudolf Hess. Oh my God, Rudolf wanted to suck up through a straw. I'm telling you right now, you can't tell me these niggas didn't hit. You couldn't tell me these niggas didn't hit. Like, cause what? You realize this man literally, like I'm telling you, this man loved a particular Austrian failed artist. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This man was in jail with him, you know. You know what it is to go to jail for a whole man? Oh yeah, Rome too. But no, man.
Who's he on about here? Who did Hess? Who was Rudolf Hess in love with or whatever?
Hess used to kill me. Hess and Goebbels. Now Goebbels was the original cock. Yeah! Original cock like Goebbels. Oh my God. Let me find you, Goebbels, because, that's
what, is he in love with Hitler?
That's the face of a car. Oh my Lord, this man right here. I know Goebbels must he pass his wife off to rounds.
What?
Like, I know he had to give his wife rounds. Goebbels. I'd call him Goebbels. Joseph Goebbels. As in, gobble it up. Man. Anyway, what were we talking about, chat? Yeah, the Luftwaffe.
Foreign streams, kind of like my streams a little bit, you know? Kind of very similar vibe. You know, just like talk about one thing, go hard on like another thing that's tangentially related to what we're on about. Like this is a stream about Niger and Maui and French colonialism, and he just went off on one about Goebbels being a crook. I love foreign so much.
There was no, because you know the Nazis were extremely homophobic, so there was nothing gay going on inside the Nazi camp. Bullshit. Them niggas was grinding. I don't care.
No, they fully were. That's who he meant. Hitler fancied himself a painter and he was Austrian. Oh, okay, sure, yeah. Yeah, like this is the thing. Like some people got really mad at me on stream once when it's so funny, chat. Like because this was like before people knew about like Milo Yiannopoulos and before people like sort of knew about I don't fucking know who's like a famous gay Nazi, like fucking, or just like Dave Rubin, you know, like, people obviously knew about like the gay Nazis, but like sort of like prominent gay fascists, like still knocking around, right? Because someone had showed me, it was someone that I knew, and I was talking about it on stream, and this was when I was like very, 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 very small babby streamer. Maybe like a 10 viewer Andy or something, but I was talking to people about like this thing that I'd seen where someone had showed me like this gay porn, you know, and I didn't know I was queer, but they showed it me because they were like, oh yeah, look at this guy with a swastika tattoo getting his dick sucked, doesn't even know what his fucking tattoos are all about. And I was like, oh shit. And I was talking about that and people got so angry with me. They were like, no, gay people aren't Nazis. And I was like, oh my God, you're an idiot. Like if you think for a second that like being gay will stop someone being a Nazi. I didn't even know I was bisexual at that point. I had like no fucking knowledge about you know, queer theory or like, you know, the different intricacies of like queerness and shit like that, and the level of like hierarchy that the you know, gay people like exert on other queers, you know, like if you're white, if you're cis, you know, if you're a man, anyone can adopt hateful ideology, right? There's no identity that precludes you from being a fascist. Yes, exactly. Hey, Mr. Dank, what's up? Welcome in. Yeah, this is my first time hearing about gay Nazis. Yeah, they're a thing. Caitlyn Jenner is a monster. That should put the plot armor theory to bed. Right. Exactly. But yeah, it's a huge thing. It's a huge thing.
I'm gonna get this stream taken down. There's so much memorabilia.
Oh, you mean the top Nazis? Oh no, yeah. Ernst Röhm was killed in the Night of the Long Knives because he was a Nazi that was like, well, I know they want to put us in camps, but I'm gonna go ahead and join anyway. Ernst Röhm, like the original, like you can't even like. There's a name that people call, like, what is it? Social class traitors, right? So a social class traitor would be a what do they call it? What do they call it, chat? The top Nazis, the bottom Nazis, a quisling, right? A quisling, but quisling doesn't quite cut it. Yeah, a quisling doesn't quite cut it because Rome is the best example. Rome is the best example for sure of like, you know, if you ever see like a gay person, like a cis gay person being transphobic or being like hateful towards anyone else, the right name for them is Rome, because they will get fucking murked up. They will get murked off in the same ways as. That's actually why I got banned off Hinge, chat. I don't know if I told you this. But I got banned off Hinge because there was this like gay guy on Hinge, and it really, really, really annoyed me. Yeah, it really annoyed me because they were saying like in one of their things, it's something like a fact about me that surprises people. I'm conservative and proud. Don't bother matching with me if you're a lefty and blah, 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 blah. And so I just like, because you know on Hinge you can like speak to him. You could send a comment without matching with him. And so I just like sent him a comment saying like, Don't you worry, my friend. I am not about to, get offended by you being a conservative. However, this is just to let you know that the people you love will end up putting you in a camp with the rest of us when they finally get what they want. And that's what got me banned from Hinge. So there you go. Chat, can't go on Hinge anymore because I told this guy the truth. Yeah, so... Fuck Hinge. It was worth it. It was worth it. Piece of shit Ernst Rome motherfucker. I should have just said Google Ernst Rome. You know what I mean? And then I probably wouldn't have got banned. He probably would have come back saying, I'm not a Nazi. I love everyone. I just vote for people who love them. I just vote for some people who have definitely supported the same policies. Hinge became cringe, very cringe.
But yeah, the Luftwaffe was one of the most important things. Revolutionized.
Yeah, that's right, one who reads, yeah.
Every warfare in general. France, we was on France.
It's true, France. TTK.
France. So the Luftwaffe gone on to France, right? All France had was a gate. All they had was a gate to block them. Man, come on, man. Let me find that. What it's called? I forget the French name. But it's like a particular French, like... It's a French, like, to block... France didn't understand the game. They didn't read the book right. When it comes to the game, they was awful. Yes, thank you. I love you. The Magnon. The Magnon.
The Magnon?
The Magnon. Oh, God, the Magnon. Like, whatever it is, the Magnon. It's all the French on.
Oh, yeah. Wait, hang on a minute. What, the Magnon lines or something? The Maginot lines. That's what it is. Not Magnon. The Maginot line. Yeah, he's right. They had like very, 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 very poor air defense. Like it was literally just to. Also, hi Lium, how you doing? Good to see you. It was just to stop tanks and infantry. And I think they had it like that because they've always had like some territorial disputes with Germany, France, like over the years, innit? Do you know what I mean? Like in all the years of like, you know, the Holy Roman Empire and shit like that. And, you know, back in the day, Prussia, whenever it was called, I don't fucking know. Also had a big gap in it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it also had like a couple of big gaps in it, right? Which was Amsterdam, sorry, not Amsterdam, the Netherlands and Belgium, and then also big other bits as well. 200-mile long of folks playing mahjong, yeah.
That's it right here.
Yeah,
that's the
Maginot line.
The Maginot, whatever it is, bruh. Let me tell you something. This little line was all they had to protect them from the Germans.
Yeah, the Panzers just went right through anyway, yeah.
You know what the Nazis them did? The Nazis on the Luftwaffe, the Nazis said, that's it. Like, they didn't care. They mowed over France in a month. The
tanks just went round. Yeah, they did,
This is the country that we're talking about. France, they rolled.
Well, France was weird, right? Because like they had Vichy France and then occupied France, right? And occupied France was like the north, and they were is that Vichy France? Vichy France were basically like, we love the Nazis, they're all good, they can hang out here, whatever, who cares? And I think it like stopped at Paris, and then below there was like loads of resistance fighters and shit. I think, from what I remember, I vaguely remember this like weird line being drawn through France. Okay, I'm gonna do some foreign here. Is it Vichy France? Vichy France. Right. So yeah. So this sort of like Vichy was the collaborateur government in the south of France. So it was in the south. Right. Okay. There was a forest and hills in the Ardennes, so they didn't expect the tanks to go that quickly through them. Right, okay. Yeah. Yeah, they did. They had a nice walk in the woods, yeah. Okay, so Vichy France was the south of France, and they were collaborators. The north of France were just like France, and they were like, all right, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, this sucks. We're going to have loads of resistance fighters and shit like that. It's called Vichy Soisse. The north was directly controlled by the Germans. Yeah. Puppet state of Nazis, basically. Right. So, yeah, they had like a... I'm starting to understand it now. It wasn't just like how resistant the working class populace were. It was how the government sort of like worked with the... Yeah, basically. Vichy Soisse is cold cucumber soup. Oh, man. I'm never reading anything in chat again. I'm literally just never... Chat is just out to get me. It's a city in the south of France where the new government was. Ah, I'm learning. Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. All right, let's go.
They mow it like a lawn!
Oh, wait, I just realized that I probably wasn't showing chat that at all, was I? Was I showing you that? Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Not the Nazis roll over a whole first world country, the father of democracy. F you, de Tocqueville.
To be fair though, they did that to a bunch of places. You saw Minecraft for a sec? Oh yeah, because I still got Minecraft ray tracing. Still got that video there. Yeah, they did this. It was called, what was it? It was called Blitzkrieg, innit? Do you know what I mean? It was called Blitzkrieg, and they did it to Poland first. Or wait, no, it wasn't Poland first. I think it was like Czechoslovakia first, and then Austria, and then Hungary, and then they got Poland, and that's when everyone was like, whoa. They didn't care about all these other like Central European countries, like Eastern European countries. But as soon as Poland, they were like, everyone was like, oh, I'm not sure this appeasement thing's not working out. He's taken 3 or 4 countries, you know? Shit. And then he was just like, oh, you're going to go to war with me? Fine, fuck you. And they just rolled through France, you know? This was but I do agree with what Foreign's saying in general, because it is kind of like, yeah, this is the country that had like Napoleon and shit. You know what I mean? Commanders in the French army welcomed the Germans to kill commies as well. Well, it always comes back to that, right? Blitzkrieg meant lightning war. Yeah, it was like fast. We got these fast... That's what panzers were, innit? They were tanks that were kind of like lightweight to medium weight that just rolled rapid. And they had these long... I think tanks before the panzers were like very small, and you could like fuck them up with like a ditch and shit. And so they had these like really long treads, and that's where like most modern tanks come from, innit? So that if you want to just roll over, like you could like cross some like canals with a tank, you know? So it was just, yeah, rolling through with the tanks, pew, 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 fucking everybody up. Basically like a front line of artillery followed by infantry, and then real heavy artillery bringing up the rear, innit? Do you know what I mean? And they didn't even really need to do that much with it, because it was the tanks did most of the work. Anyway, yeah, that's that.
You, Alexis de Tocqueville, your country get rolled over in a month, overnight, bro. I cannot. Anytime when like the French come to me and start to talk about me, what are you talking about? These are my pants, Siren. Anytime when the French come to me and talk about, oh no, her, N-word this, N-word that. We need to send the refugees back. There's too many. The Magno-Lawn, yes! That's what it really was, the Magno-Lawn. Because it's a lawn. Because they get mowed over.
Yeah. This is the thing. It's not because the Germans were like that hard. Like, what you have to remember is that the UK had like a baby army as well. Like, this is another thing. The UK had like a tiny baby army, but they just had like a lot of planes, and it was on an island, so they were like buzzing, dead easy to repel the Germans, to be honest. Like, they didn't like the blitz was a bit like intense, like it killed a lot of people, do you know what I mean? But mostly like the British were able to defend themselves on an island, do you know what I mean? And that was that. We just had to like wait for the Americans to come and then start like a, you know. But to be honest, it wasn't even the Americans or the Brits at the end of the day. It was the good old USSR, you know. They were going sicko mode. They were going sicko mode, you know, just out of Leningrad, marching on fucking Poland, taking all that shit, you know, liberating shit. Anyway, so yeah, the Germans weren't that good. It was just because France was just exactly like Layum says, you know, far right, Nazi sympathizers. That's it, basically, you know what I mean?
You understand? You understand? Yeah, that's the hoochie daddy shorts. Whatever. It's hot. It's hot. You see me turn on the AC, but turn it on again. You get mowed over like a lawn. You understand what I'm saying? These are the same French. And, okay, to bring it back to Nigeria, the French ain't hot, okay? They like me with no staying hot. That's it, right? These are shorts, man, okay? These are shorts. Get over it. Get over it.
Listen, every single ADHD himbo streamer needs to stream in shorts. I've got shorts on chat. I've got shorts, you know? Had these shorts for a long time. Gotta get your legs out. Do you know what I mean? It's important. It's important.
I'm talking about the French. The French,
it's important.
They never had. They had to steal.
What the dog doing?
No, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. And you all know I ain't mad. So they had to steal. The French
like
had
Flash.
to take
Shorts gang.
Germany. Like, absolutely delivered the back shot, the thrust of freedom.
Gotta get the gams out for chat, yeah.
France.
That's right.
That's
That's how you get them
Germany
donos.
raw dogging.
That's how you get them donos. Come on, chat. I showed you leg. Come on, chat. I showed you leg. Sub off Twitch. What do you think this is? Come on, chat. You know, I know I've not been in the gym for 3 months, but I've still got quads. I've still got thighs, you know. Come on, man.
I'm talking about pulling the hair back, just marching down.
Just like all the himbos have to be in shorts. Every VTuber has to stream in their underwear.
Shorts obliterating France, right?
NBND, what is wrong with you?
You get mowed down like a lawn. You know what else happens? You know what else? Hungry,
actual sadism,
slaves in
horrific
colonies.
Do you know how hot it is today?
What was Haiti called? It's Hispaniola. Listen, man, Haitians being slaved, being Haiti was the richest part of
Get
France.
those legs sweaty.
Haiti was the richest region in the world. Hispaniola's sugarcane crops made more for their colonizers than any other colony in the whole damn world.
That's a good point, Chris.
That's the same country, so put some respect on Haiti name when you're talking about Haiti. Oh Lord, blood pressure. So France already get their butt cheeks clocked by Germany, right? And then the Haitians, literally slaves. You know what it is to be a slave? I don't know either. But I have like hereditary knowledge of what it is to be a slave, right? You know how tired you gotta be?
Aslan?
You know,
oh my gosh.
You picking sugar cane? You know
Can I get a shout out for Aslan, please?
TTK. Yet still,
I will have a blue fella, thanks.
That. Meanwhile, literally a slave uprising through a whole first world.
It's so funny, chat, because like when I've used the blue fella recently, it's been like it's not even touched the sides because I haven't worked out in so long. Chat. I've done, you know what I mean, because of my fatigue. Woodborg
for the legs.
Thanks so much for the £5. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Really appreciate that. Chat, please consider subbing off Twitch. Showing some love to your streamer. We're more than halfway through the month and we're not even halfway through the dono goal. Oh my god, what's happening? Please consider chucking me a £5 or a £10 or 20 or £100, whatever you want, so that I can eat, so that I can survive. You know, streaming is my full-time job. Please consider letting me continue doing that, and that'll be great. Anyway, where am I up to? Let me put this on. Yeah.
Country over. So they got their butt cheeks.
Thank you, Woodborg.
The French got their French butt cheeks clapped again.
Woodborg knows what's up.
Haitian slaves at that time. You know what it is? France
Where's the
get
countdown
their
thing?
clapped by Germany, and then France get their clapped by their own colony. They're tired colonies. You know, France. That's why France so mad. That's why they
Cat girl Steph.
And by Algerian. Thank you, fun guy.
Steph, thank you so much. Steph, literally, like, it must be like fucking... Steph must be like at least £100 of the donos for this month. She must have at least £100 of the donos this month. Steph is carrying you, chat. Absolutely fucking carrying you this month. To be fair, she's been carrying everybody previous months as well. But anyway, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the 1312. Chat, let's see those 1312s in the chat anyway.
Yes, I forget about Algeria. Man, look, France was getting clapped everywhere. Just bop, 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 bop all day. What you doing today?
Professional donator, cat girl Steph. She is, yeah.
Instead of saying yes, they like we taking the box shots. If you have a French name and I have a French name, one of my names.
It was about that, Chris. Yeah, 25 quid.
Comments and you talking.
Yeah.
I will obliterate you.
Something like £20.
Why? Because how? Because how you have the caucasity to come at me? Come at me. When you been getting your cheeks clapped for over 2. And that's the problem with this Niger conversation, right? They leaving that part out. They just get into the Niger part. And they just saying, oh, Niger is extremely destabilized. Ever since they got their independence from France, they've been destabilized. There's so much corruption.
No, it's pretty good, Chris. I'd go for that, yeah.
I don't know. Like, so much seasoning. Oh. And like, they leave out the part that the reason why Niger is disabled is because it's supposed to be disabled. That's what French and their allies do so they can deter other slave rebellions so the rest of the Western world could get their ass clapped like France. But if you look at it right,
what is 1312, says Madog Idaho. 1312 is the secret code that I use in my chat so that everybody knows that I'm a fake leftist. I'm not a real leftist. This is all a grift. You can all see how much money I make from my grift. It's a very successful grift. I'm not a real leftist, and that I don't make content anymore. That's what that is, just in case anyone didn't know. No, it means ACAB. It's ACAB. It's the first letter of the alphabet, the third letter of the alphabet, and then the first, and then the second again. Yeah.
None. That's why they need to cling on. That's why they holding on to the ledge. What that thing is, you keep me holding on. Like literally, that's France. They just holding on to the ledge, like Link, like Legend of Link.
Grifting is when money to live. Yeah. Grifting is when you like desperately try and mobilize people, get people to do activism, get people to do stuff despite members, of your community getting mad at you for doing that. All that kind of stuff, and then barely making any money to pay rent at the end of that. That's what grifting is. Everybody knows that that's what that is. So, ACAB, I'm conning about being based.
Need to hold on to like something.
It's 5 minutes up.
Taken from them, and you'll need to watch out for France because that's gonna be
another
the
half
same
of Rojo Miles
to do some far.
There you go,
right?
comrade.
Because you see what happened to Germany when they feel like they didn't get.
You're my favorite grifter. Thanks, Chris.
Okay, I said it. When you see France doing a little fascism,
do you know what? I'm gonna put that in my.
Like, when you see them doing that,
Twitch
remember
tags.
Big Body Foreign said, okay. Marine Le Pen, yeah, exactly. They already started their little fascism, their fascist arc, like they haven't been before. It wouldn't be far-fetched for France to do a fascism at this point, despite being the father of democracy. Stop that. But also,
I've not got enough.
This has implications. I'm not done. I ain't done.
I've not got enough tag space, chat.
Of course. It also has implications for the Maui situation.
Excuse me.
We've been talking about for a little while now. I mean, like, we should all be well imbued and well initiated into the Niger situation. It's sad. It's extremely tragic. And, of course, mutual aids and everything like that. Like, North Samson posted something where you could go and give mutual aid. This is a travesty. This is awful. But this is yet another example of the same issue. Like, this is an example of the same problem. Hey, Nicole, what you saying? This is the same issue. Maui, Hawaii, is under fire, like literally under fire. Mounting deaths.
When German Nazi foreign minister went to a formal visit to France, they kept the Jewish ministers away without being asked. And then they even suggested during the talks to deport the Jewish population. Christ alive. God damn it. Well, look, you know, again, another thing is, like, what you have to remember is that, like, all the Allied countries had, like, these similar fascist ideas. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was really anti-Semitic in Britain at the time. They were turning away Jews who were fleeing from Germany. Like, that was a legit thing. There's, like, a story. Do you know what I mean? There's, like, a legit story that I saw on Instagram. It's Working Class History, where, like, 2 German Jewish guys got to the UK in a boat and they were like, nope, sorry, gotta go back. They just fucking picked him up, arrested him and sent him back. They put him on a plane back. They probably just got murdered. Do you know what I mean? It's just fucked. It's just completely fucked. Nazi rally in 1940 at Madison Square Gardens in New York City. That's right. America turned him away too. Yep. Yeah. You've got to remember, like, you know, there was no sort of, it was like the worst anti-fascism ever. Right? like very, very basic anti-fascists. Like, okay, well, you know, we don't particularly like these, you know, marginalized people. But we draw the line at killing them. You know, we can do everything else to them. Kill them very, very slowly with, like, state violence. Like, you know, maybe they'll end up in prison because they're homeless or whatever, and they breach the Vagrancy Act, and then they'll die in prison because we don't look after people in prison. That's different. Oh, it's different. 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 You know? Anyway, we had this conversation like a couple of streams ago about, like, how all the Allied countries were like the inspiration for Nazi Germany. Like they like Hitler was like, oh yeah, I love what Winston Churchill's doing over there in Ireland. Love what he's doing in India. Love what he's doing in Africa. You know. Same with, like, America, with what America was doing with you know, segregation, and before that slavery and indigenous genocide. Like, yeah. That's right, Adnan. That's right. Yeah.
A litany of mounting deaths, completely avoidable. Absolutely tragic, absolutely sad. But you still have people pushing the rhetoric of false or anti-climate change propaganda. You still have people denying climate change. And until we get, like, some actual sanctions, some actual consequences for these companies and whatnot that are still operating without having any type of agreement with the standards that aren't even enough, to be honest, but just the basic canonical standards for gas emissions and CO2 emissions, and just trying to combat climate change, and they're out of the accord. Until we have some penalties for people like that, companies like that, rich billionaires like that, until we have that, you will have more Mauis.
Yeah.
You will have more of them.
He's right. He's right,
sad,
and he should say it.
But it's a sad song widely sung. We know the chorus. We even know the verses. And the fact of the matter is, and the part that really kills me the most, is that this is a analogy for all of the rest of the world being victims to the folks that are chiefly emitting the gases. Does Hawaii, like, have, like, big industrial plants that are nationalized?
No.
Hawaii ain't the one that's emitting all these gases. Just like in the Bahamas.
That's right, Gobs, yeah.
Like, the beach is right across the road.
Yeah, we covered that on, we had a big climate update on Red Planet on Sunday, and we were talking about that. We were talking about how investors were buying up destroyed properties. Awful. I see that coming closer every day. I mean, not like for real, but like the seas are rising. The Bahamas, like, it's very dystopian, but the Bahamas may very well become the fictional city of Atlantis in my lifetime because of climate change. Most importantly, let's assign a face to climate change because of folks like the Koch brothers, folks like the companies that are emitting ridiculous amounts of gases, burning up all kind of dinosaur fossil fumes and things like that, in order to fossil fumes, the fucking CC said.
At the same time, we going down to the bottom. The people that will be most affected by climate change are the very people that aren't doing the amount of damage relative to climate change itself. We don't have the big ass factories. The Bahamas don't produce nothing but me and pineapples and salt. Yeah, Dorian is thank you, Finn. Thank you, Finn. I don't know if y'all remember, but Hurricane Dorian was the hurricane in the Bahamas, I think in a couple of years ago. This is some of the destruction. Like, this could have honestly been my house. If the hurricane went anywhere closer to, if the hurricane came anywhere closer to where I am, which is Nassau.
Wait, what was fucking Hurricane Dorian? Hurricane Dorian. An extremely powerful, an extremely powerful catastrophic Category 5 Atlantic hurricane, which became the most intense tropical cyclone on record to strike the Bahamas and tied for strongest landfall. Landfall is the event of a storm moving over land after being over water, right? In the Atlantic basin. The 2019 cyclone is regarded as the worst natural disaster in the Bahamas recorded history. Fucking hell. Is this the one that Trump wanted to nuke? Yeah? Yeah. Hey, half a laptop, what's up? Yeah. We're doing decolonization, yeah. Or is Miss Red Planet live? Luckily there are VODs. Yeah, I'm wanting to do some TikToks. I'm wanting to do some TikToks again for Red Planet, but I gotta focus on my own fucking content, really. Do you know what I mean?
Which is the capital. Most of the destruction happened on one of the family islands, which is also where Finn is from. Which is also where Swolsome, who was in the chat, who makes
timeline is crazy.
Oh. But if the hurricane came any closer to us, our place
it's understandable if you have the analysis of like just observing the way that imperialist capitalism and neoliberalism has been developing over like the last 20 years, right? It just kind of makes sense. I remember that people were like shocked that Trump got elected, but it's not really like, if you think about it, it really shouldn't have been a shock because rising right-wing support like fascism and shit like that is like it's an actual feature of neoliberalism. You know, like Chile was neoliberalism refined, like completely refined, where there was no pretense. It was just like, we are going to have this like horrific market capitalism. You're going to do what we say or we're going to shoot you. Anyone who says otherwise, unionizes, anything like that, boom, drop you out of a fucking helicopter, right? Like, we shouldn't have been shocked. We shouldn't have been shocked, really. We shouldn't have been shocked.
That would have been the capital.
Right, Chris.
That would have been the tourists generating profit that will fund the entirety of the country. That would have looked like that, which would have been absolutely catastrophic to our economic potential. Not only that, but the people that live here.
Is that right, bro? Yeah, Alejandro?
Still don't have a roof to look up to because of Hurricane Dorian.
I don't know why I called you bro then. Sorry.
Is a direct result of climate change. The waters that are necessary to engender a hurricane are warm.
Glad to hear you well, half a laptop.
When the water gets extremely warm, you have a better propensity of fun guy said Nassau would have been no so. That's actually kind of funny. With warm waters, especially in the summer, like right now, this is hurricane season, so if the electricity turns off, you know why. Don't jinx it. But
I suppose he's talking about the nuking part. No, but again, that's linked. And authoritarianism is uniquely dependent on having a leader that is just ready to do the most outrageous things. Do you know what I mean? Because it's not even that he's like stupid and he doesn't know what that means or like what he's just like, oh, I've got absolute power, I'll just try it. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, we should try and nuke it. Fuck it. Like, that's how it was. It wasn't like some like, well, he definitely didn't think it through because, you know, but at the same time, it's not like an element of like surprise, I don't think, for anyone who's got like a real sort of handle on the way that these things operate, right? It's like Boris Johnson in the fucking UK. You know, it's literally like, oh, well, you know, we had this like horrible, nobody in the million years, Stuart Lee Stuart Lee, a British left-wing comedian, had a bit about Boris Johnson, and it kind of went like this. It was like, do you remember like waking up and in 2007 and going, oh my God, Boris Johnson is an MP. He's an actual elected member of parliament. God, that's fucking, I never thought so the day. What an absolute, he's rubbish, isn't he? He doesn't know anything. What's going on? And then like later on down the line, it's like, do you ever wake up in like, 2012 and go, Boris Johnson is actually the actual real life mayor of London. He's the mayor of London, isn't he? He's the actual mayor of a major metropolitan city. How did that happen? And then and then obviously in like 2019, did you ever wake up in 2019? Just Boris Johnson is the actual prime minister of a country. And that's it, isn't it? That's how every liberal responds to this sort of like broken system. This broken system inevitably allowing these like fail sons who are just, they inherit all their wealth and that's where their power comes from, and so therefore even if they are like the most vile and incompetent is like because with Boris Johnson it was very much like a play. He was pretending to be like stupid and bumbling and shit like that, and so that like working class people would like find him more relatable, but that's also like a really classist thing, you know what I mean? So it's like, how did that even work? I don't know. Fucking bizarre. I think it's so that people didn't think he was threatening, do you know what I mean? I feel like that was the whole bit. But yeah. Anyway.
Warm waters breed hurricanes.
Excuse me.
Where do we get the warm waters from? Why is the water getting warmer and warmer and warmer? Okay. And the warmer that these waters get, the worse these hurricanes
Oscar, I hope you know this fucking
and
wig
it
is
all
filthy.
goes right back to the same thing. It's literally the hypothesis and the epitome of, I got mine, so fuck you. That's how the hegemons of the Western world think when it comes to the destruction in third world countries. What I mean by that, I mean developing countries. These hegemons, these like leaders of the developed world, are literally the ones chiefly responsible for not only for creating climate change in general.
What the fuck happened then? What's happening?
The ones creating anti-climate change.
Did my stream just freeze then?
Did
I drop any frames?
About climate change,
No.
Because we could see it. We right there. I could see the water. I could feel how hot it was. Literally last month was the hottest month on record for how long? Forever?
Oh, hey Shafiq, how's it going?
In the history of Earth? This is
Seems fine.
Sometimes I honestly try to figure out if it is responsible to have kids, knowing that literally my country may be underwater at one point because some rich billionaire wants another yacht to add to his 20 yachts.
Oh no, yeah, for sure, Layum, yeah. I'm simplifying it. Absolutely simplifying it.
How much more money do you need? Like, okay, you already fucked up the world to almost an irrevocable point. We will...
I mean, look, it's fascism all the way down. If you think about it, this is what I'm going to talk about in my class consciousness video, because it's like, if you sit there and you think like, all right, okay, well in this country we have like progressive policies, even if you have like a country with like really progressive policies, but they're a capitalist country, they have to be being upheld by a system of white supremacy, right? They have to be. Because otherwise, where are they getting all this like really cheap labor from? If they've got progressive policies surrounding work, employment rights in their country, then they have to exploit people in another country, yeah? And then also you have the misogyny as well. Like you might have like access to abortion, healthcare, and stuff like that, or you might have rules about like marriage and shit like that for women, yeah. But there is still a culture of the woman stays at home and does the housework and stuff like that, so that you can like work more and more and more. And then let's not forget about the women in the other, do you know what I mean, in the neo-colonialist half the world. Like it's just fascism all the way down, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, exporting pollution, exporting labor, like all this stuff. So yeah, very, very, very. It's fascism all the way down. You just have like either a head of state that is like clever enough not to say this stuff out loud, or a head of state like Donald Trump and Boris Johnson. They just don't give a shit, right? You know what I mean? Where it's like, we don't need to. You know what I mean? Fuck the pretense. Let COVID rip. Like that's got to be one of the most ableist, eugenic things that a modern leader of a country is like said. Do you know what I mean? It's vile.
Definitely feel
vile.
The brunt of climate change for years to come. We will feel the brunt, right?
Housework for immigrant women, right?
Going back. We've crossed the Rubicon.
Hey, Dime, good to see you.
Now knowing that,
can I get a shout out for Dime package, please?
Right?
He's got an auto shout out. Everybody go follow Dime.
Like, how about switch to different fuel now?
That's right, Alejandro. Yeah.
Let's actually begin to implement some of the things that we should have implemented 10 years ago.
That's right, Dime as well.
Because you don't give a fuck.
Right.
Absolutely. Climate change exasperates social instability caused by colonialism and U.S. imperialism in Haiti. That's absolutely the case. And also
that's true.
And I say this in the video.
I agree.
We don't give America enough. And when I say America, I mean the United States. We don't give the United States enough for their part in Haiti.
Looking forward to your video. What I'm hoping to do is I'm just hoping to like tie it all together for people, because I think people sometimes get like. People say like I've been thinking about doing a video like this for a while, right? I've been thinking about doing a video about this for a while, where it's like I explain to people what false consciousness is, because you know me, chat. Like I think Feek said this. Like he's the he's the political content creator that goes outside the most. And like when I meet people outside, like the overwhelming thing that I experience is like a false consciousness, right? But it's a really annoying, insidious false consciousness, because I don't associate with people who have that like real false consciousness of like, I can make it, I can do this, I can do that, to pull myself up by my bootstraps. I don't waste my time. As soon as people say that shit, I'm like, shut the fuck up, man, that doesn't work. Do you know what I mean? Because it's just really annoying. But a lot of the time, like I speak to like libs who have like their heart in the right place, but they just do not understand where their position is in the world, right? Like they're like, yeah, okay, yeah, gotta be like, progressive and shit like that, and better wages and shit like that, and they think they have this class consciousness of like, yeah, okay, yeah, everybody needs to unionize and well, maybe I don't know if union's gonna work for me, because they will talk about it, but then all of a sudden when it comes to actually doing it, it will be like, oh well, I'm not sure if my union will actually do anything, it's a bit of a yellow union, I don't know what to do, and they just don't have the tools to understand things like yellow unions and shit like that, right? Do you know what I mean? So I get like a lot of people who have this false consciousness. There's many types of false consciousness, right? There's the classic false consciousness where you think that you can succeed in capitalism no matter how poor you are, right? And then there's this false consciousness that I'm talking about, where it's like, oh yeah, all I've got to do is be like, nice to people and don't hate people and shit like that, and and that's it, right? You know what I mean? Good intentions but lost as shit, right? This is it. And I think this is what we have to do, because there's not really much time left with this kind of shit. Alejandro said something earlier in the chat, and I'm not sure how serious you were being, Alejandro. But like, Alejandro said anti-communism is never not fascist or something like that. And I disagree with that. I don't know. I think you might have been talking about it in context of like imperial powers and how they move to anti-communism. But like, you'll find libs who are just like completely opposed to communism because they're like, oh, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. And that's part of that false consciousness as well. So it's like, you have to understand a lot of stuff, and we can't get so dogmatic that we have to like, do you know what I mean, push libs out of the way just because they don't understand stuff. You have to educate them. Otherwise, what else have we got? Do you know what I mean? Like, we have to make the world a better place. We can't be pushing people out of our social circles or out of our, circle of influence because they don't quite understand things. Do you know what I mean? But again, I might have read that completely wrong. You were probably just talking about the communism present within like imperialist capitalist hegemony and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes people are anti-communism because of that brainwashing, and they don't understand. You know what I mean? You'll explain to them the positive benefits of, like, you know, removing things such as the concept of value, removing things such as a state, removing things such as class, right? And they'll be like, yeah, this is all great. And then you say the C word and they're like, oh no, Stalin, you know? So it's one of them. Like, I think that's what it's about. I think we have to, like, and I really want to make this video where people join the dots, because there's that section of it which is easy, yeah? It's easy. That stuff is easy. Like, getting stuff, like, if you're already on that point of, like, I want to be anti-racist, I want to be, like, you know, pro-LGBTQ+, I want to be, like, you know, pro-worker and shit like that. These are, like, good things to understand. You just have to have that final thing of understanding, like, what your place is in the dynamic in capitalism, right? You know what I mean? I used to be on the same boat until Russia-Ukraine. The anti-communist colors really show now, even with Putin constantly shitting on Lenin. I'm not talking about sitting down and having tea with Vladimir Putin. That's never going to happen. I don't know what you mean. Like, again, like, I think I'm just misunderstanding you here. But, like, you know, genuinely, like, if you have those, like, 3 tenets and that's kind of what you're up to, buzzing, right? Do you know what I mean? You're on the right track, and you just have to tell people, like, what their relation to the means of production is, right? Do you know what I mean? Lenin was a piece of shit, to be honest. Okay, listen. One thing that I don't stand for is leftists fighting about dead people in my chat. So don't even start. Don't even start. I don't fucking care. I don't want to hear, like, Lenin was good or Lenin was bad or Lenin was the best or blah, blah, blah. I don't want to see any of that shit. Like, shut up, man. They're fucking dead. This is here and now. Right? I meant liberals in relation to that. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean. Again, most liberals just won't have the time to, you know, want to engage with discussions about their relationship to the means of production. But again, you know, I'm not going to get mad at leftists who are, you know, opposed to, you know, talking to liberals at all, because I can understand how annoying that can be. Depends who you are, depends where you are, etc. Anyway, hey, Just Johnny, how are you doing? I can imagine something along the lines of a Dom Jolly technology sketch, except with, like, communism on the sign, right? I've got a couple of co-workers who've had bad association with the word due to their familial background, but we talk about our views and it's straight up communism, so it's always a bit of a loop. This is what I mean. It's like, what you have to remember is that, like, McCarthyism is very, very powerful. It's fucked up a lot of people, and you know, the way that the USR worked back in the day, you know, didn't quite, like, you know, do communism right. It's just about telling people, like, wouldn't it be great if we removed the profit incentive from society, and then people wouldn't put fossil fuels, take them out of the ground and burn them, put them in the atmosphere. You know what I mean? Like, it's just as simple as that. You got to just be simple. And, you know, later on, when you realize how base they're getting and they start to say things like, yeah, fuck capitalism, this sucks, then you can start to be like, well, actually, you know, this is communism. This is communism. To radicalize and educate the libs, we have to talk through the position they hold to capital without mentioning the C word, because it turns the brain off. No, yeah, basically, yeah. And also, as well, it's understanding these, like, things that they've adopted into their liberal identity, which is like, you know, and again, libs don't, thanks for the follow, like, again, libs don't get, like, things like anti-racism, because they think that anti-racism is just, like, not being racist sometimes, you know. So there's other things as well that people don't quite get, and also a lot of the time you get, like, people who are, like, focused on their guilt, and that doesn't really help anyone. Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, I used to be so homophobic. If someone sat that, like, the way that I can only really see it from, like, a queer person, yeah, like a cis white queer man, yeah, and if someone was sat there saying to me, yeah, oh, I feel so bad about, like, the way that, like, straight people treated gay people in the past, I would be like, shut up, man. You know what I mean? I'd be like, shut up. So, you know, that level of guilt, that's got to go. It's gonna be annoying as fuck, especially to, like, racialized people. Like, you don't, So you gotta also like explain that relationship. So racism upholds capitalism. So you got the means of production. It's over all of us, right? Your relationship is here. You're a worker. Do you know what I mean? If you're not like, even if you're fucking middle class, I'm sorry, but you're nowhere near the ruling elite. You don't touch them, right? Your relationship is worker. You work for a living, right? So you're here, and then either side, you've got like racialized people below in terms of how they're treated in relation to the means of production, like way worse than like white workers, right? And then way worse, like, trans people and queer people, etc., GRT people, and how all these things like uphold communism, misogyny, how that upholds communism. Do you know what I mean? Sorry, capitalism. I fucking see. This is it now. Clip that out of context. Put that on fake leftist, faux leftist DJ Muel. But you know what I mean. So it's all these pillars that hold up. Capitalism needs racism because in its own countries, right? Because if they start letting immigrants in from imperial periphery countries where we've fucked them over, they'll start educating people on what our countries are doing to them, right? And then we'll learn about the exploitation of labor. Then we'll learn about blood diamond mines and shit like that, all going on in fucking Africa, all over the country, right? All over the world, all over the planet, this neo-colonialism. And you gotta like remember how that brings it in. It's like, that's why capitalism needs racism. That's why you can't just be pure communist, right? You can't. You have to, right, exactly. Capitalism needs hierarchies. It needs hierarchies. Because it actually doesn't just support like the hierarchy of like class. It also, because that's what it is, right? It's your social class. Like your identity, your social identity is your social class. So, it also reinforces the worker and boss class, the ruling class, the working class. It reinforces that hierarchy too. So yeah, it's all linked in together. And because sometimes you get people like, someone in the chat came in the other day and was like, these fucking white people always talk about imperialism and it'll never, they never talk about colonialism and this, that, and the other. It wasn't imperialism. It was anti-capitalism. And that person, unfortunately, was, incorrect. We weren't like, we weren't watching a fucking video about that. And none of us in our community, I think like that. But it's understandable, right? It happens. Yeah, it happens. Like you literally like will see people just say, no, we just need communism, identity politics. Yeah, it's a waste of time. And it's like, no, these things uphold capitalism. Like you need to like, remember that. Hey, Leftwood Edward, how you doing? Welcome in. Question. I was talking with a friend how I wish to work for a communist future where society isn't going from the top down, but as a flat community. He then replied, that sounds more like socialism than communism. Is there a clear distinction between the two? Socialism is just the transitionary phase between capitalism and communism. It's not. Socialism is just a phase between like where people are like, we're moving money away from billionaires, we're putting it into the pockets of people, and then when we get to a stage where production has been controlled by the people, then you can get rid of money, because then the way that we think about things changes, right? When money becomes meaningless. I think that's why like some theorists talk about socialism being like a necessary step, because then it starts to give people the idea that money doesn't make any fucking sense. Because if everyone's earning like a bunch of money, loads of money, they get more than they need to survive, then what's the point of having money, right? And that kind of makes sense to me. Yeah, socialism is dependent on a government to engage in the redistribution of resources and power. Yeah. No, and also, Rohamald, what you're talking about is not socialism. What you're talking about is true democracy, a flat community. I know what you mean. It's like if everybody has a referendum. They're probably thinking about that because most socialist states that exist at the minute have like a government like that, like Cuba. So, that's probably that. Class reductionists are so odd. They're like, this is preventing us from organizing, but like half of those people are never doing any grassroots activism anyway. Well, it's always the worst people saying shit like that, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like your Pat Socks and all this kind of stuff, and you know, I mean, Pat Socks go the other way and they go like, identity politics is terrible and we're going to be actively racist, actively transphobic, you know? So yeah. How would you approach a lib who believes revolution to be impossible? Explain how it's inevitable. Yeah, explain how it's inevitable. Yes, also deconstruct the idea of a revolution as a punctual moment of change, but a transition. Yes, correct. A meaningful change in social relationships. Yeah. Yeah, because at the end of the day, everybody thinks of a revolution as like everybody rising up when things get too bad and like shooting the government. And like, no, it's going to take like a lot more of, you know, the government killing people before any of that happens. Like, mostly that shit has happened in the past because the government has just gone absolutely fuck crazy murdering, you know? And then the people rose up and they were like, yeah, it's time for shooty death revolution. Hey, Adorable, how's it going? Socialism still a state. That's important because the state will be used to establish proletariat rule over the bourgeoisie. The state will then die off and eventually give way to the stateless communism. Right, yeah, exactly, yeah. It's the transitionary stage. So, like, you know, people will start to realize how stupid states are. People will start to realize how stupid money is and class. Everybody's first thought is violence for a reason because we are told the absolute minimum. And as well, another thing, I spoke about this ages ago. The reason that people's first thought is violence is because they inherently know about the violence of the state. Do you know what I mean? They know about the violence of the state. You know? And we are taught to think in violence by the state, by the capitalist state. You know? Because they operate with violence. They do it everywhere they are. They do it in the fucking countries that they control. They do it in the fucking, you know, the businesses that they control. They do it with the military and shit. It's everybody, prisons, everything. It relies on violence to maintain itself. So libs are naturally, most people are. Like when I was a lib, I was fucking completely thinking like, oh, it would have to be violence. You know? But no, it could just be as simple as people unionizing and building, you know, systems away, building dual power away from the state, and then eventually, boom, there you go, revolution. It's one of them, you know. Violence is what got us here too, yeah. The revolution creates revolutionaries, not the other way around, yeah. That's true. Policy 2, why you're starving, living paycheck to paycheck, looking to live. Yep, exactly. The threat of violence, the threat of indirect violence is always around the corner, yeah.
People think it was just the French that went into Haiti.
So that's what my video is going to be about. That's what it's going to be about.
But it was also the Americans. They led the second imperial occupation of Haiti.
And I'm having to do that before the Berserk video part 2 because... yeah, I need more money. I need more patrons. You know, I was very, very lucky at the time that I was making that video because I had a bigger Twitch audience. I had a bigger Patreon thing going on. Well, actually, no, I had more Twitch audience actually. But yeah, so yeah, I gotta work on the stream. I gotta work on the content. You know what I mean?
And some would argue even worse.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that.
The U.S. invaded Haiti. The U.S. bought the central bank of Haiti because Haiti had like a private bank system that basically was paying the government and funding all of the treasury occupations, right? And the U.S. bought that, effectively buying the government's treasury. Therefore...
okay, cool. I actually thought that Foreign was going to talk a little bit more about, yeah, sort of like the ins and outs of Niger and Maui, and I guess he did in a way, but yeah, it wasn't quite what I was after, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. It's not a biggie. Chat, how are we all doing? You all good? I actually have a question for you, chat. How the fuck do you turn off politics talk when you're not in places where it's appropriate? Yeah, I can't. I don't know. Me personally, I just try not to spend time in those places. I can't help but go back to politics. Yeah, that's because you've been unplugged. You've been unplugged. When you get unplugged from the Matrix, yeah? When you get unplugged from the Matrix, right? It's, you just want to unplug other people. Do you know what I mean? Easy, it's always appropriate. You know what? It's true. Like the claiming that there's a situation when it's inappropriate is that's part of the I don't know. Third eye opened. Hell yeah. That's what it is. That is what it is. Say not here, come through the back door at 4 a.m. Say the password, bash the fash, give the secret handshake. Oh, pretend you're talking to children. Oh my god. Yeah, look, we got another video to watch. Don't worry about it. We got more content. It's all good. We got the Cody Shody. I'm the bummer friend of a friend who listens to all the troubles and then says, wow, sounds like you're suffering under the oppression of capitalism. Yeah, but, you know, eventually it'll get through. This is the thing. Eventually it'll get through. Either one or two things will happen. You'll annoy someone so much and they don't want to see this stuff and they are willfully ignorant and they don't give a shit. And then they'll push you out of their lives because you annoy them too much. In which case, there's nothing you can do for those people. It doesn't matter. It's all good. Just whatever, you know what I mean? Sometimes things aren't meant to be. Or it will get so intense that they'll just be like, oh my god, yeah. That's so intense. I should be a communist. And then you'll be extra friends. The relationship will deepen. The connection will strengthen. Taking off. No worries, NBND. Thank you so much for being here. Take it easy. Yeah, thanks for supporting. Alright, so I gotta change some stuff. Bear with me, chat, because excuse me, like I say, I've got one monitor today and it's hard. I don't know what I'm doing. Are these the Republican Party candidates that Cody's talking about in his video? Yeah, they are. Yeah. So we're gonna call this next bit "Oh Boy Republicans," and you know, there's gonna be some fast shit going on here. There's gonna be some fast shit going on here for sure. Never essentialize electoral politics and meet them where they are, like their living situation. That's a great answer, actually, Alejandro. Yeah, that's a great answer. Like, you know, when we like talk about politics, like most people think, oh, he's gonna talk about the MPs, he's gonna talk about the Senate, the House, representatives, etc. But you gotta like move away from all that and be like, damn, wouldn't it be great if there was like a movement of people who like, you know, wanted to like help people with their housing issues. And then it's like, oh yeah, unions exist, right? Tenants unions exist. And then all of a sudden you've turned someone into an activist, which is actually sometimes better than radicalizing them, because sometimes libs will be like, you know, oh, I'm gonna do this stuff and I'm gonna organize with the tenants union, and they don't understand that what they're actually doing is like extremely based, like USSR level shit. Do you know what I mean? You're on the path of the Bodhisattva. The next thing to do is become enlightened and enlighten others through your actions rather than your words. Right. That's another thing. Yeah, people are absolutely right to be cynical about the electoral politics, yeah. It's been quite the show over here with these guys, I'll say. Well, electoral politics won't save anybody, you know, this is it. It'll either be the fascists that are open about it, or the fascists that, you know, Sleepy Joe. I'm smoking on that do-nothing pack. Anyway, we're going to watch the new Cody Shody. Here's a link to the video in the chat. Please, like, comment, subscribe. Show some love to our leftist video content creator essayists. This video is about Republican Party candidates for the next election or whatever. And what you could also do is play the video in a separate tab. God, I can't wait for this new fucking cable to come tomorrow, chat. I'm losing it. I've got like no fluidity in my stream, and I've just got this fucking blank screen over here, and it's like freaking me out. Anyway, soon enough, I'll get the cable. We'll be back to normal tomorrow. Don't you worry. Back to normal tomorrow.
Hello and welcome. Nice to see you all today. I'm Cody Johnston, moderator of the 325th annual Warmbo debate, sponsored by Skin Cola. Taste the flesh. Thank you. We have two candidates this evening, incumbent Warmbo and challenging candidate Warmbo. Warmbo.
Mr. Cody?
For the sake of clarity tonight, I will refer to Warmbo as Warmbo, and the other Warmbo
it's
as
true.
Warmbo
is the real controller.
We will begin with a question for Warmbo. Warmbo, your opponent, Warmbo, claims that you're not Warmbo enough to be Warmbo. How do you respond?
Are you talking to me?
I don't freaking know, man. What are we even doing? Am I dead?
Nothing is wrong, Mr. Cody. This is all completely normal.
On second thought, this is all completely normal. Moreover, I really want to drink some skin right now. Additionally, I want to talk about the first Republican primary debate, which will also be a completely normal event, just like this one.
When's the Republican primary happening, chat? I feel like maybe I should do a stream about that.
Is my eye bleeding? All the GOP freaks running for president.
Here we go,
we'll
chat.
Be right back with more
Here we go.
Warmos. But first, an entire episode of some more news. And here's some more news. The first Republican primary debate is happening on August 23rd.
Oh, there you go.
Whoa. Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Home of Pat
That's today. Chat, that's today. What? Oh, fuck. I can't. Oh, man. Republican. Hang on. It's happening tonight? Oh, nah. 9 p.m. EST? That's like fucking 3 in the morning. Wait, what time is it? Oh, it's like 10 o'clock. How long have I been streaming? Chat, this just feels like one of the weirdest streams I've ever done. I can't even begin to tell you how fucked up it feels just to have one. How do people do this shit with one monitor? The streamers with one monitor are the actual inspiration. Actual inspiration. Graveyard hours for you when it's on. I mean it won't, because like, you know, I've definitely got people following this stream who've like watched me at that time before. I used to stream so late, chat. I used to stream till like 3 in the morning sometimes. Back in the day. I feel that way about my job too. We're all in this together, chat. We're all in this together. August 3rd, Republican primary, Republican debate. Giuliani booked at jail, Trump to miss first Republican primary debate. That's pretty funny. I just know I'm going to be watching someone stream this later. I just know that's going to happen. Rivals seeking political oxygen in Trump-less showdown. So, I wonder if Cody's going to talk about that, because this video came out yesterday. Okay. All right. Well, let's continue with it.
Ribbon. Congratulations on that one World's Fair prize. I don't have a World's Fair prize.
Yeah, check the highlights tomorrow. That's true, Dime. Yeah, we could do that. We can do that for sure.
But I'm already very.
There you go, chat. If you don't want to, you know, watch the whole thing and lose your mind, because I know it will probably make you lose your mind. Join me tomorrow, where we'll be watching the highlights. We'll be checking out some highlights. I'll get a bunch of stuff together for the stream tomorrow. You know, new fucking well, it's not new. Back to the 2-monitor setup, you know? Cringe potential at its highest. Yeah, look, it's been a while. It's been a while since we've done some look at what these fucking weirdos are doing. You know what I mean? We did that with the whole pandemic streams. But yeah, we'll do a bit of that tomorrow. I'm sure some of them will say some fucking completely wacky shit.
Dad, deep inside my chest ball.
You don't leftwards? Okay.
Are, after all,
who knows?
An ever-lengthening and crushing darkness in which we're only allowed
to that's right, Gobs.
For the air in which a better world feels possible.
Clown car phase of the GOP debate.
In the sad
so
hole.
Funny.
And this year, the RNC is at least shaking things up by allowing full contact oil wrestling. I'm so sorry.
No. You don't understand how much I would love to see that. Is anyone else super confused by the map behind Cody? Oh, well, his whole channel is like he's pretending to be a news anchor, right? So he's doing the whole thing, and most news programs have like a weird art of like the atlas behind him, don't they?
Okay.
You know?
They changed some debate rules to make them more exclusive. This year, each candidate has to gain donations from 40.
No, I just think it'd be really funny. Like, I know a lot of people think like, oh, oil wrestling, it's hot. Like, yeah, it can be hot, but like, you know, think just like about like a greased up Donald Trump wrestling like Mike Pence. That would be so fucking funny, man. I would love that. That would be so like that's the world I really want to live in. If I'm honest, I just think that shit I would be laughing like fuck. You know? But it won't be that. We won't have any of that. So that's sad, isn't it? I just finished eating. Watching chicken broil. It's just like we're watching a bunch of chickens slapping around. I'm gonna stop.
1,000 national contributors and also poll above 1%. But more importantly, they also have to sign a pledge saying that they will support whoever wins the primary.
Grease them up, release them into the pit with pool noodles, yeah. That's right.
I wonder why. I wonder why they're scared that candidates wouldn't do that. This is me.
Whoa, what did he say? I was distracted by oil wrestling.
Whoever wins the primary. Importantly, they also have to sign a pledge saying that they will support whoever wins the primary.
Oh, no.
Which brings us to our new old segment. I wonder why. I wonder why they're scared that candidates wouldn't do that. This is me just sitting here, wondering why. This has been... I wonder why. Wondering why aside, I actually don't think losing candidates should be required to support the primary winner. And when you think about it, forcing them to is really messed up. It's very clear that the GOP is recovering from something, like a trauma they experienced, a sort of treasonous elephant in the room, kind of. And perhaps related, Sticky Dawn is reportedly sitting out this debate. Probably because of all the crimes, but to be fair and balanced, maybe because of all the other crimes. And honestly, is he really sitting it out? Did I not just mention the metaphorical elephant in the literal room? Will he not still be very much there despite him physically not being there? Also, I don't know, maybe he's gonna burst out of one of the podiums and do a stone cold stunner on Mike Pence, who actually also might not be there.
God, I would love that. I think that's like the worst thing about this level of neoliberal electoral politics that we're at, right? Is that like there's so much kayfabe going on. It is like an actual wrestling match at this point, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's like a genuine actual wrestling match, but with none of the fun. There's no fun in this wrestling match, is the chat. It's just pain, sadness, fear. All these negative emotions. There's no joy, mirth, happiness, which I would experience at least a little bit if I saw Donald Trump give Mike Pence a stone cold stunner.
We filmed this, which is 2 weeks before the debate, so we reserve the right to update.
Hey, Samuel, how you doing?
Screen, or I don't know, like cut in with footage of me on a cell phone to give updates. It's
no
a little
popcorn.
hard to tell who will be attending, so we thought we'd just talk about all the freaks that might be there, and not Trump specifically, because come on, you know his entire deal at this point, right? He's the Home Alone 2 guy. Did the McDonald's and the racism and treason. Remember the attempted treason? You remember. So we're going to talk about all the other freaks who are trying to be president, even though, let's face it, they are probably not going to be.
Yeah.
This entire pageant is mostly...
So is that what... So, like... Someone in the chat said earlier, who was it? I don't think anyone's going to supplant Trump. I don't think anyone's going to usurp Trump. Leftwood Edward. Is that like the whole thing in America at the minute? Like the bookies? Obviously, like to me, it means nothing. Like ideally, I would like the Democrats to stay in power because then it's like at least a bit of harm reduction. Do you know what I mean? While like we could keep organizing and shit, but like, you know, to me it means fucking nothing. Trump's the only candidate anyone cares about. Yeah, of course. Right. Okay. Yeah. Like, it's so funny because like Ron DeSantis is out here and he's like enacting some of like the most queerphobic and racist, you know, laws in his state, desperately trying to pick up that fucking like Donald Trump vote, and he's just failing so hard. It's pretty fucking funny, you know? It's pretty fucking funny. I really like referred to Trump as guest actor in Home Alone 2, yeah. They're just a bunch of idiots putting on a show. Well, we're going to see that, aren't we? The machismo of electoral politics has been getting worse, or maybe it's always been that way. It's all about fighting and brawling, yeah.
Future hosting positions, maybe vice president, or maybe a single dinner directed by Dave.
Well, this is the thing. Like, listen. I follow George Takei. Don't get mad at me, chat. George Takei is like a horrendous lib. He's like a horrendous lib, and all he talks about is like, well, it's not true. He talks about like the anti-trans bills and stuff like that, and you know, he's very like supportive of trans people and you know, everybody in general, like, you know, he's spoken like a tiny little bit about like imperialism and like growing up in a thingy, what is it, like an internment camp? I think George Takei was in an internment camp with his parents. Growing up, but you know, other than that, he's like he's so fucking law-brained at the moment. Do you know what I mean? He's so fucking law-brained. He was literally like desperately like saying like, oh, well, you know, even though all these people are saying that Trump's got a fine of $200,000 and that he's nothing's gonna happen. Well, okay, you know, but let us have this. And it's like, oh, George, you just have no idea, dude. Like, the fines don't mean anything to these people. Like, he's not going to prison, man. He's gonna get these fines. He's gonna pay them. You know, that's how it works for rich people. Go to prison, or you could choose what's in the mystery box, which is it's a fine that you can definitely afford because you're a billionaire. Wow, who'd have thought that? Who'd have thought that would happen? It fucking winds me up to fuck.
So
honestly,
this will be fun. Yeah, and totally not weird.
Ahem.
That totally not weird. Okay, who are we starting with? Chris Christie. Absolutely not gonna win.
Oh, I know this guy. Where do we know this guy from?
Are we really gonna do a whole segment on him? Okay, I guess. Seems like we could just move to the next one. He is
he's going to appeal the fines, right?
Right.
And you know what's going to happen, chat? He's going to appeal the fines, and then if he wins the election, right? He's going to like use one of his emergency powers to make like presidents like not have to pay fines or something like that. Fines almost feel like bribes sometimes. Well, yeah, they are. They for sure are, man. It is a bit of money that you pay so that you can break the law. You know? For sure, man. He's been around for ages, always runs for president, corrupt as fuck New Jersey governor. Oh, okay. Hey, Bade, what's up? Everybody go follow Bade. To be fair, it's bail, not fines as a result of a conviction. Right. Okay. But yeah, he'll still, if he gets a conviction, he'll get a fine. Trump is paying his legal fees with campaign donations now. Incredible. No worries, half a laptop. It's all good.
Coming out of Donald Trump's mouth.
He closed the beach in New Jersey to enjoy it alone. That's where I've heard of him. Yes.
Spoilers for the other upcoming dipshoots we'll be talking about. Along with not being very likable and also a member of a political party that has no good solutions or opinions, Christie's biggest problem in the primary is that he actually seems to have a single burning ember of self-respect, a final smoldering warmth in the icy flood of just hot enough to fuel this lone GOP holdout brave enough to admit that an obvious liar and criminal is, in fact, an obvious liar and criminal.
Like, you don't understand Donald Trump. It's just to show off. He wants to continue to act like he's president. He can't live with the fact that he's not. And so that's why he kept those documents. It seems childish and stupid, and it is.
It's Trump. He's a 3-time loser. He ends by saying, loser, loser, loser.
That's pretty funny. Put forward by his legal team and by the president is an absurdity. And the reason why the Supreme Court didn't take it is because it's an absurd idea to think that any state or any number of states, no matter how good they are, can challenge another state's right to run the election as they see fit. And also, there's no evidence, as I've been saying since election night, show us the evidence. And what's gotten even worse, though, Martha, I think, is the attacks by the president on good, hardworking, decent Republican governors.
Ah, yes. Won't somebody think of the governors?
Somebody think of the governors.
So Christie is running on an anti-Trump platform and will, in theory, maybe possibly qualify for the primary debates. So it's theoretically easy to think of Christie as a reasonable option for the GOP. After all, the man once unironically thanked Obama. He's someone.
No, yeah, the whole bit. I was confused about that as well, Shafiq. Like, the whole indictment thing about it being like, oh, if a president has like a criminal conviction, he can't run for office, It's like kind of like lib-brained nonsense. It's never really happened. And it's just like a really, really like, I think it's because people are desperate for him to not get elected again. Do you know what I mean? The fact that individual states are able to oversee federal elections as they see fit is also a bit of a problem, right? Yeah. It's not good. It's not good. Like, you know, there are some governors that are gonna like do genuine election fraud, I think, in the next election, right? In their states. Like Greg Abbott definitely is. Greg Abbott is like, oh, what? Like, Donald Trump, he's going to be a despot and he's going to give us like loads more power, loads more states' power to do whatever the fuck we want and fuck over, you know, our people and shit like that. Okay, cool. Yeah, great. You know? Eugene V. Debs ran from prison. There you go. Yeah. We all know Trump isn't going to see prison time, but even in some fantasy scenario where it happens, he's still not neutralized. No, yeah, for sure. For sure.
Known for reaching across the aisle and was once very much liked by Democrats and liberals in his state of New Jersey. It's a blue state.
Like what you have to remember is like and it's hard and it's horrible, I know, but it's this truth, right? And we have to accept it, and that is that like if you're working class, the state can put you in prison for whatever reason. They can just make stuff up. You know, we had that whole prison abolition stream on Monday. Free Sarah Jane Baker. You know, do ! SJB in the chat, please. You know, and if you're in the ruling class, you could just escape it. You don't have to live in fear of that. You know,
they voted for him. He's also done stuff that is kind of fun, like getting into loud arguments with randos on the street. But more importantly than the hoot that is, he has a streak of going after corruption within his own ranks.
Yeah, that's right, Chris. Yeah.
The state's attorney general.
I think if he's convicted of treason, then he can't run. Well, we'll see.
Along with a bunch of other corruption cases, including a Charles Kushner. Last name sounds familiar, like some kind of childhood Slendermanian nightmare, re-emerging in the static of my fear memories. Boy, a lot of old scabs getting picked at in this episode, I realize. Anyway, he seems cool-ish at first. Locking up Jared Kushner's dad counts for something, even if he later got pardoned by our very good fraud president. But of course, I am now done listing the good stuff. Because besides Trump, Chris Christie's biggest...
The entire category of famous wealthy people that straight up kill people and didn't face anything for it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what John said to us when there were people asking in chat on Red Planet. John from Prisoner Solidarity Network, by the way. When people were asking in chat, what do we say to comrades who say, what do we do about all the rapists and pedophiles, right? Because that's like a valid thing that people say, well, we can't just let rapists and pedophiles live amongst us. And it's like, it was kind of great because John didn't do this, but it felt like he kind of like rearranged himself in his chair and went, there are rapists and pedophiles everywhere in society, and the state does nothing to convict them. They're called MPs. They're called the ruling elite. They're called everyone on Jeffrey Epstein's flight logs. You know? And I was like, fuck, that's true. He's so right. He's so right. They just don't actually do any of that. The prisons are not filled with like pedos and rapists. They're filled majoritively with people who like stole a bit of bread. And then they're institutionalized and they're in there forever because they're just working class. They don't have access to legal aid. It's fucked. The system's fucked. It doesn't work. Do you know what I mean?
For some reason, the teacher...
1% of rapists get convicted. That's not exactly. That's not even to say. That's not even to say the amount of people who actually like do rape people and just do not get convicted. Like 1% in France. Liam is saying like it's similar in the UK. Absolutely. In the USA, fucking I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know.
Two biggest enemies. It's like if Iron Man fought Thanos and also a local dog shelter. Christie has had numerous and heated public fights with union officials, and at one point even said that teachers' unions deserve a punch in the face. He seems generally angry at the concept of learning. He once referred to public schools.
There's an argument that being made that one of the amendments of our Constitution bars Trump from the presidency if he incited or gave comfort to traitors or insurrectionists, and that is an absolute that wouldn't even need to be argued in court to be in effect. Well, I mean, we'll see, right? Because like, when has this happened? Because I think the thing is that people were talking about this and they were saying like, well, is there an example of that even happening in the history of the United States? And it's like, well, yeah, there was like one president who was indicted or something and was prevented from running to a second phase. I want to say it's like Nixon, but I don't know if it was Richard Nixon. Maybe it was someone in like the past. You know? For this to even work, he would need to be convicted with no doubt that he was responsible for the insurrection. Right, yeah. And like, he can claim... Because he's got all his fall guys, hasn't he? He's got like the Proud Boys. He's got all this, blah, 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 you know.
Failure factor.
They were the ones who were telling him to turn up. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything.
And said that he'd be happy to take as many dollars away from them as possible. Did a school his wife? Like, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Left of Edward. Yeah, it wasn't Nixon.
Prison pipeline, but he's not saying it. That's not what he's saying. And he's not the only Republican who hates teachers' unions. But it's a very weird and funny thing to be this mad at. And it probably has something to do with the teachers' union originally fighting against Christie's original run for governor. Seems like they weren't wrong to do that, considering that he's spent a bizarre amount of time threatening to literally fight them. So, that's interesting.
What was that headline? Chris Christie said he wants to punch a teachers' union in the face. These motherfuckers, you know, the one good thing about neoliberal brainwashing is that sometimes the ruling class don't realize what's going on. You don't understand, yeah. Like, you don't understand, dude. Like, a union is like a bunch of people. Like, what, you're gonna like you're gonna fight the whole union, dude? That's not gonna go well for you, man. Even if like all of them are like the weakest people in the world. Because just by virtue of physics, like the sheer amount of them would mean that you would just get planked. Like, what are you talking about, dude? He just didn't even know what he's on about.
So that's it.
I'm gonna punch the teachers' union in the face.
Really spiteful.
I want to punch this abstract concept.
It's such un-Trumpian behavior from the brave anti-Trump Christopher Christie. But heck, it's just the one instance. It's not like there's a second example of Christine.
Hey, young black economist.
Sabotaging a public necessity.
Christie is a fixer. Yeah.
Didn't support him as a candidate.
Former Republican presidential candidate Chris Christie is facing some new allegations coming out of that so-called Bridgegate scandal. A key witness for the prosecution is now claiming for the first time publicly that Christie was in fact aware of those lane closures that led to a massive traffic jam.
Oh man, we are taking a real walk down memory lane, or rather,
this is the one, right? This is the one, chat.
Was purposefully closed down on a high traffic day in a political revenge plot that would result in a terrifying delay in emergency response for regular citizens.
Wow.
Yeah, not so fucking reasonable of a guy when you remember Bridgegate, which, while never legally connected to Christie, led to the indictment of 2 people working for Christie who plotted to shut down the George Washington
got the fall guy.
First day of school.
Every single one of them's got their own gate, something gate.
Lee for not endorsing Christie's re-election. Really petty Jersey shit that, as I already said, put these.
That's right, left with Edward. Yeah, not a popular move. Yeah.
Danger, while the governor reportedly made jokes about the situation in real time. So, yeah.
What the fuck?
Good. That
what a fucking
Christie
sicko.
Going to be president
Bad sicko.
Soon
Derogatory.
Ever. He seems like a real Trump type, if you ask me. An asshole, and an embarrassing one at that. You might think it's good that he's standing up to Trump, but it's not like he didn't also do that back in 2016.
As Trump draws the battle lines, a feud with Governor Chris Christie is heating up. Christie not only picking up an endorsement from an influential New Hampshire newspaper, but the New Jersey governor now strongly refuting Trump's claims that he saw on television Muslims in New Jersey celebrating on 9/11.
Is it appropriate for a presidential candidate to use the word schlonged in that way?
I am not going to respond to everything that comes out of Donald Trump's mouth.
Boy, I don't even remember what that last clip was concerning. Apparently, Trump used the word schlonged on the campaign trail, which, in retrospect, was the funniest thing he ever did. But the point is that Christie really schlonged Trump hard in that first presidential race before coming in 6th in New Hampshire, dropping out and endorsing Trump a few weeks later.
Fucking schlonged. Schlong is a funny word. Yeah, I love it actually.
From Trump's transition team, and then getting a bad case of COVID at a Trump event. In other words, it's not hard to imagine the future of this very sad man who is currently being called fat on Truth Social by the big fat most probable winner of the next GOP primary. Christie will no doubt have to fall in line once more, perhaps so Trump can give him a wet willy and then
standard shit, babe. Yeah. I think I remember hearing about
Chris
that.
Corky, because these are spineless GOP politicians after all. And if Donald Trump wants to call your wife ugly or spit on your kids or spit in your mouth while your kids watch,
bro, Donald Trump is unfortunately unironically funny, just with like how it, not like on purpose. Do you know what I mean? He's funny in the way that, like, if your granddad said something like, if your granddad said skibbity toilet, do you know what I mean? Like, that's the unfortunate reality. Like, he's just the kind of guy that will do shit like that because he is a granddad, innit? You know what I mean? He is an old man. He's just an old fucking man who just, like, what he wants to be relevant. So he thinks he's being relevant and he says these things and he just ends up sounding, like, completely fucking dumb. And it's just funny as fuck. That's the sad reality of it. And you're right, because, like, 30% of Trump's base actually love him for that, and they think, like, this is great. But it's like, yeah, most people who, like, objectively, like, observe him, it's like you just can't help but laugh sometimes. You know what I mean? He's always been like that as well. This is the thing as well. He's always been like that. He's just like, I don't fucking know, man.
I don't know. In fairness, Christie is very direct.
Exactly. We're still laughing at him, not with him, yeah.
To be on Trump's team. So,
but those people do laugh with him.
Who knows? Good luck with your book deal or whatever plan you have to one day, once again, be able to close a beat.
Right, exactly, Middle-earth, yeah.
Photographed going there yourself. This is all, of course, going to be a running theme. The Cirque du Soleil level gymnastics of claiming that they would be a better president than Trump, while making sure not to anger Trump so
no way, Chris. Fucking hell.
Literally tried to murder them. Watching these weird freaks squirm is probably the only solace we have right now. So, let's enjoy it while we can. Right, Warmbos?
I'll make love to your gravestone.
Jesus! Why does it sound like that?
Sound like what, Mr. Cody?
Impregnate it with my furry seed.
I think I should call someone.
Why don't we break for some ads, Mr. Cody? Why don't we break for some ads, Mr. Cody?
That reminds me, for some reason, we should probably break for ads, right? Then we'll come back and talk more about the many lovable assholes who we don't love that are going to try to be the president if Trump dies.
All right.
Enjoy the ads and the skin. Delicious, flaky skin. What? What's up, sloppers? You like the great deliverables?
Okay. Oh, wait, let's watch him drink it. Let's watch him drink it. Oh, yeah, he's trying so hard. He's trying so fucking hard. The reason I'm checking that out is because someone in chat last time said, yeah, he advertises these all the time, and we have no idea how he keeps the fucking sponsorship because he just looks like he fucking hates this shit. He hates this shit so much. Christ alive.
It's right up there with having to pee and nightmares about manatees.
Is this another ad?
Pod cover by 8 Sleep, you can finally regulate your
Yeah. More ads. More ads.
Accurate, too.
Okay, we're back.
Brought to you by... It appears to be a drawing of me as a child. It's really accurate, too. Am I screaming? Why do I suddenly remember?
Test an ad by the red frame. Oh, thank you, my dog.
Well, oh, fuck, where'd the other one go? Oh, no. Oh, nobody move, okay? Feet off the ground, okay? Tuck your pants into your socks, all right? Is he like crawling around? Is he under my chair? Oh, oh, thank Christ. Dude, where'd you just go? I just want to go home.
We love Wombo, chat.
Hey, you know what?
All hail
Let's
Wombo.
talk about Larry Elder. That seems slightly less disturbing than whatever's going on here. And just as a general label, this is going to be our people you couldn't even try to care about. Might not be at the debate section of the video.
Great.
Sorry. Maybe they'll get a position in Trump's office if he wins the election before going to jail. And whatever the...
My opponent wants to eat your legs, but Warmbo...
What? What, Warmbo?
It's a debate, Mr. Cody.
Right. Well, can you maybe debate without talking?
Can do, silly goat.
Oh, are they gonna do scanners? Please do scanners.
Oh, good. They communicate telepathically. Larry Elder.
I would love it so much. I would love it so much if they did like a scanners thing with 2 Wombos. You know about scanners, chat? Put a 1 in the chat if you've seen scanners. Put a 2 if you've not seen scanners.
Elder is certainly a person. Is he, though? Larry seems less like a person and more like an AI amalgamation of every right-wing / libertarian talk radio personality depicted in pop.
You know the one scanners clip?
Proposals while running for government.
You've heard the name? Oh my god.
To getting rid of the federal minimum wage.
Okay, had like at least 1, 2. So that means I have to play the scanners clip. Oh, hey, Purple Apple. What's going on? I have no idea if I have or not. Oh, what's going on? Why is it that? Videos. Scanners. Best bit. Movie. Scanners. Movie. Best bit. Here we go. Content warning for gore here, chat. Seen them all, including Scanner Cop. I didn't know that Scanner Cop was related, but I better watch that. Yeah. Better watch it.
Now, I'd like you to think of something specific, something that will not breach the security of your organization, and that you will not object to having disclosed to this group. Something personal, perhaps.
All right. Yes, I have something. Do I have to close my eyes?
It doesn't matter.
All right, yes.
Michael Ironside's best cum face acting. He's like the baddie in this, right? Or does he die in there? I can't remember. When is he not a baddie? That's what I mean. That's what I mean. I know he's not the protagonist. I just mean, is he the antagonist? Crown Jewel of Canada. Yeah. So there you go. There's Scanners. A classic. An absolute classic, chat. So good.
Welfare and killing discrimination protections.
Hey, Fab Forward, how you doing?
Workplace.
Good to see you.
In fact, Larry.
Hey, Video Pheasant. I don't know about Warmbo, but I thought it was like a lib. Has the Warmbo mythology come on? I don't know what about Warmbo being pretending to be a Democratic candidate makes you think it's not a lib. And there's two Warmbos. One's a lib. One's a Democrat. One's a Republican. So one of them is still a lib for sure. Practical effects will always be cool to me. Yeah. So good. I have to watch that. It's a pretty good film. It's a bit intense. It's a bit it's one of Cronenberg's sort of more talky films. You know what I mean? You're thinking more about the telepathy? Yeah, they could do telepathy now. Yeah. Did you see the one that came out recently by his son? I've seen the one where Andrea Riseborough is having sex with loads of people, pretending to be someone, and it's pretty trans. What is that called? Fuck, what is that called? It's amazing. Yeah, Brandon Cronenberg's great, but there's another one, isn't there? Yeah, he definitely follows in his dad's footsteps. His dad is executive producer on a lot of his films. Possessor. Yes, thank you, Dime. Yeah. We got the fucking movie heads in the chat today, chat. So there's no way I'm gonna be forgetting any movies. I got the brains behind the operation here. Anyway, let's crack on.
Really not like women, having claimed that women have exaggerated sexism and domestic violence in this country. He's a real 90s sexist, mocking things like PMS and saying that women know less about politics than men. Add that to the openly endorsing pregnancy discrimination thing, and it's like, okay, dude, we get it. You suck in a really boring way. What's next? You just gonna go around pointing guns at women? Oh, I guess he's way ahead of me there. Well, along with hating women, Larry also thinks racism is no big deal. Same with climate change and COVID. Again, just real basic conservative talking points.
Basic. Just a basic guy.
Who started a radio talk show in the 90s and has contorted to the party ever since. Most recently embracing the MAGA of it all. Although to be fair, I guess, Larry was actually one of, if not the, first right-wingers to nurture Stephen Miller, giving the little smooth Nazi boy a podium when he was just 16 years old.
Oh my god.
So Larry Elder just kind of sucks.
Oh, it's funny how hate is mainstream. I know, yeah. It's so dry.
Killer left Sudoku puzzles. He sucks so hard that it's thought that Larry helped Gavin Newsom win his recall election by being so unlikable that voters veered far away from his right-wing rhetoric. I don't know if you remember this, but people did not like Newsom. So it's pretty funny that Larry couldn't even leverage that. And now he's joining the GOP primary, and I don't know, man. Seems unlikely. And just like all these other hilarious dips,
his newest movie is Infinity Pool. Oh, I gotta check that out.
Darn
okay.
It, does Larry
Thanks,
have
Nada.
2 left feet?
Larry, I want you to answer a question, because I asked Mark Davis this in Dallas, and Sean Hannity won't answer it, give a straight answer. Everybody's giving it convoluted and.
Well, why don't you answer the question and instead of telling me how everybody else answered it? Maybe we could save some time. Okay.
I'm only asking Republicans. So, did Donald
well, Hayes. Whenever you get around to answering the question, I'm happy to answer it.
Okay, Larry. I think he was about to ask it, so just Give him a moment.
Why don't you just say, hey, Larry, I have a question for you, and I'll respond.
Hey, Larry, I got a question for you.
Okay.
Larry, I got a question for you.
Okay, Hayes, what is it? And I'll respond.
Did Donald Trump...
See how easy that was? Hey, see how easy that was? See how quick that was?
He just won't answer. He's not answering anything.
You never tell me that you only give it to Republicans.
Well,
you could have just said, hey, Larry, I got a question for you, and we could have gotten to the point.
Larry, he's clearly asking the question. Who's the one stopping us from getting to the point?
Oh, man, I'm going to love it. Larry.
I doubt that you're going to love it, but we'll see.
F***ing Christ, Larry! Just shut your mouth
Shut
for
up,
one moment. Sorry.
Shut up.
One more try. Here we go.
Okay, did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
Did he lose it? Yes.
Fair and square.
I wouldn't say fair and square, but he lost it.
Here we go. I knew it.
All right, Hayes. Now I got a question for you. Did Hillary lose the election in 2016?
Yes.
Fair and square? Yes. Okay. Hillary doesn't believe she lost the election fair and square. Do you agree with that, Hayes? Will you accept that?
You asked me the question.
I know. This is so funny. Like, you see it in the chat, right? You see it in the chat, right? Where it's like, Republicans will come in here and they'll say all this stuff. And they'll be like, you love Hillary Clinton and all that. And everyone in here is like, what are you talking about, man? No one in here has mentioned Hillary Clinton for like fucking forever. You know? No one gives a fuck what Hillary thinks. Exactly. No one fucking cares, dude. No one cares. All these fucking Republican talking heads, they're obsessed. They're just obsessed with Hillary Clinton. Multiple layers of fabricated culture war bullshit. Yeah, it's just so ridiculous. It doesn't achieve anything.
Another question. Now, this is the third question now. It's a new question. Does Hillary believe she lost the election fair and square? You know Donald Trump does not. That's why you called. Does Hillary believe she lost the election fair and square in 2016?
From her comments, I don't think so.
Okay, then. All right, then we have two presidential candidates, neither of whom believe they lost the election fair and square. Here's my fourth question, my fifth question. Fifth question, Hayes. Why hasn't Hillary's Facebook page been shut down the way Donald Trump's been since she's been promoting the big lie longer than Donald Trump?
Dude, come on. It's always this shit. It's always this shit with every single person. And it's only because talking heads like this focus on this shit, right? Do you know what I mean? That's the only reason that anyone cares about any of this stuff, because there are talking heads who are like fail sons who failed upwards. You know, they got a bunch of dough and they're part of the political system, and their only job is to uphold it, and they have to just uphold it with these reactionary nonsense opinions. You know, I must have missed Hillary's quiet girl boss coup. Right. It's just such a stupid talking point. What are you talking about, big lie? Are you just on about like the election? Is that all it is? Like that she thinks she didn't lose the election fair and square? Is that all the big lie is? Or what are you on about? Is it something else?
Because she did not start an insurrection at the Capitol.
There you go.
So it's okay to have a big lie if you don't start an insurrection?
Come on, man. That's the equivalent of that.
Why don't you answer my question, Hayes? You said, Hayes, wait a minute, let's not talk over each other.
Yeah! Take that, Hayes, you random person that Larry Elder can barely maintain not even a debate, but a conversation with. You, Hayes. My goodness, that was embarrassing.
They do, Don.
Hey,
yeah, it's
now
true.
I hope he qualifies for the debates, because that will at least be a little fun. Let's move on before I die from boredom. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Absolutely.
Oh my God. Stream died or just me? God, I hope it's just you. But I don't, because that's still kind of cruel. We still here, chat. We still good. It looks like I'm fine. It looks all good. Okay, that's unfortunate. Sorry, Roho Mild. Everybody show some love to Roho Mild. Oh, he's back. All right, okay, cool. I like the implication that Larry spends a lot of time on Hillary Clinton's Facebook group. Yeah. So, like, I don't know much about RFK Jr., but what I have heard about him is that he's absolutely sicko mode. He's just an absolute sicko mode. you know, everything from like QAnon to like ivermectin, you know, he's just like for real piece of shit. Yeah, it's bad. It's real bad. RFK Jr. And I actually genuinely think this guy's the only guy that could probably have like a chance of beating Trump. That's my analysis. That's my expert analysis. He's only got more of a chance of beating Trump because doesn't QAnon say that RFK Jr. or something like that is like gonna he's blue Alex Jones? Whoa, wait, he's a Democrat? Why is he in the Republican debates? Is he not Republican? Well Balanced did a couple of episodes on RFK Jr. Yeah, well, a couple is you're gonna need that, right? You're gonna need that. This is a who's who of our country's most hideous ancient Draculas.
Absolutely terrifying. Oh my God, right? RFK Jr., man, where to begin? I swear, the GOP just keeps finding the biggest weirdos. Sorry, what?
Ardent Zionist.
Oh, right. Sorry. And wait, we're sure we're not.
Oh,
okay.
He is.
Seems like he should just
He
run.
is a Democrat. He is a Democrat. Yeah, crazy. Hey, Carpe, how you doing? Welcome in. Shafiq with the pre-watched advice. Thank you. Thank you for you know, looking out for your streamer, you know? You meant the podcast maintenance phase? Oh, okay. He's a Dem, but he's basically running as a Trump-style Republican. He has no chance of the Democratic nomination. Why is he running for the Democratic? Why is he doing that? Shafiq, can I get a shout out for Carpe, please? That's crazy. I guess we're gonna find out.
You know, because they're funding him and the free market solutions to climate change and all that. But okay. So
okay.
Let's move on to.
That's what you mean by he's being astroturfed by conservatives, right?
Tim Scott will settle for VP. I said exciting, you demon shits. Sorry, not your fault.
His past is pretty sad.
Well, having two first names is kind of exciting, even if they are the two most boring first names that exist. Wait, okay, new angle. Okay, Tim Scott might not be exciting, but he is interesting. Interesting in that he might be walking the tightest of tightropes of all of these candidates when it comes to his devotion to the GOP. And he's not bad at it, but also not great at it. And a good example is how he talks about the January 6th insurrection attempt that he himself was present for.
Former President Trump has just announced that he has been told he is the target in an investigation of the January 6th attack on the Congress. As someone who was there that day, and let's set aside the legal case, what level of responsibility do you believe he bears for what happened?
As someone who was there that day.
I'll say, as a person who was targeted on that day, I'll never forget taking my jacket off, rolling my sleeves up.
Oh, he was in the Capitol building.
And finding a few pins to defend myself, presumably until I died. I hold the folks who broke into the Capitol with ill will in their hearts, destroying property, responsible for their actions. I don't hold the former president who didn't show up at the Capitol and threatened my life as responsible.
Even though former President Trump, or President Trump at the time, tweeted, "Be there, will be wild." There's no level of culpability there?
I'm not saying there's no level of culpability. The question I'm answering is the one that I think is relevant. Which
That's how he's going to run his defense. He's just going to be like, oh, you know, I just thought it was going to be like a cool protest. I had no idea they were going to break into the Capitol. That's the whole way this defense is going to go, chat. Do you know what I mean? Nothing's going to happen to this fucking guy.
Nothing's going to happen. Who do I hold responsible for the actions on that day? I can only hold responsible the very people who threatened my life, and the former president did not threaten my life.
Ow. Okay. All right. I'm just going to have to brain that for a second. So he holds the people who threatened his life to such an extent that he thought he was going to have to fight to the death. He holds them responsible, as in accountable or liable to be called on to answer for that event. But that doesn't mean that Trump isn't also culpable or meriting condemnation or blame, especially as wrong or harmful. So if he thinks Trump is responsible for January 6th and the attack,
yeah, that's right, Chris.
His answer is no. But
Right,
Trump
Middle-earth,
is
yeah.
to blame, and I guess should be punished then, right? Because legally speaking, the word culpable is actually worse than responsible, because culpable implies a direct involvement. So Tim's effort to sidestep the question ironically ends up being a direct attack on Trump. I would also posit a correct direct attack. And in a lot of ways, Tim Scott's career has been an attempt to sidestep a lot of obvious problems while accidentally shining a light on them. He got his start in the olden days of 1995, simpler times where boys were on the side, and a young Timothy Scott became the first black Republican elected to any office in South Carolina since 1902. Later, in 2012, he would once again take a record by becoming the first black Republican senator
Thanks
from
for
the
the follow.
South since the Reconstruction era, and the first black Republican senator in America since the 70s. And so, just by existing in his position, Tim Scott immediately pointed out a pretty messed up thing about his party. Although, to be effed and B'd, it's not like the Democrats are any better. And to his credit, T.
True.
Scott didn't fully sidestep that position. For example, he very publicly supported the removal of the Confederate flag from the South Carolina State House, saying, quote, "It remains part of our state's rich and provocative history. But for so many, the flag signifies pain and division that has no home here, and that does not represent the present or the future of our great state. I do not believe that the vast majority of those who support the flag have hate in their hearts, but it is clear that this is the right step forward for our state."
I don't know, man.
You see how good he did there, mostly? He stressed the whole heritage line while still speaking out against the flag. It's like he's a politician or some shit. But even when highlighting very clear examples of racism rooted in our government, as well as filling his memoir with personal stories of targeted racist threats, Tim Scott amazingly maintains, let's call it an optimistic view.
I would simply say that America is not a racist country, period. I don't apologize for that conclusion.
No worries, Tim. I don't need you to apologize for being wrong about a thing. My evidence being just, looking at your own career as the only black Republican senator, who only 5 years ago had to fight his own party not to confirm 2 openly racist judges. He succeeded there, thank deity, but not before saying that the GOP was, quote, "not doing a very good job of avoiding the obvious potholes."
Yeah, I
race
agree,
in
Carpe,
America."
yeah.
That's a fun way to put it. Gee, Tim, I wonder why they weren't avoiding the obvious potholes. It's almost as if they didn't care if they hit them, right? Hey, Tim, when you introduced that anti-lynching bill back in 2018, which party hit the brakes on it? Could it have been, perhaps, the GOP? Your party, Tim, who didn't like your anti-lynching bill because they thought it was too, quote, broad. Fun fact for Tim specifically, that bill would later be passed, but only after the Democrats took the majority. But Tim isn't a Democrat, nor does he agree with progressives about this whole defunding the police stuff.
The truth is that we are still negotiating on police reform. We hit a roadblock based on a couple of areas. One of the most important areas was, is it okay to limit funding to grants if local police don't meet a certain standard or don't qualify based on some parameters?
That's such a. I know that like this probably isn't the point being made by Cody here, but like it's just like even as a reforms are bad in general, right? There can be reforms that like have abolitionist aspects to them, right? If they're put through parliament or whatever. But like, there's nothing abolitionist about this. Like, oh, we're gonna limit police funding to grants. It's like, all right, well, they won't get money from the state unless it's in the form of a grant. But then, like, who else can give them a grant? Wealthy individuals, perhaps. People who have an interest in keeping a class of militarized soldiers, essentially protecting them from the working class. I don't know. Just reform is just so weak, man. So weak.
They say yes. The whole defund the police conversation that's been going on. And what we've seen is that, unfortunately, a lot of the cities have literally tried defunding the police to see if it works. The answer is, doesn't work very well.
Doesn't work. He says no, but they say yes to it. Do we have a clip of Democrats embracing the defunding of police?
Our bill says that we will defund the departments if they don't ban chokeholds.
Oh, that's odd. That sure looked like Tim Scott back in 2020, flat out supporting the defunding of police while he was trying to pass a police reform bill. That bill was actually killed by Democrats because they didn't think it went far enough.
It's true, Midlith. Yeah, all of that was bollocks anyway. Even if that was being discussed, which it wasn't,
180 on this once it got super cool to pretend like defunding the police was a bad thing that actually happened. But
right,
that's literally
spooky, yeah.
another video.
Exactly. Welcome
Point
to the
is
stream.
That Tim goes with the flow, even when the flow is horrifying. And he's very good at pretending a terrible thing doesn't exist.
Is conservatism ready to accept and support LGBT families as part of our animating commitment to families?
So I think it's a simpler question. I think you decide the family that you construct. I think our courts have settled that issue. And I don't know anyone that's having a conversation about who you love. At least I'm not. And I don't know any Republicans who are at all at this point, to be honest with you.
What is he talking about?
Oh, Tim. So when asked about the Republican opposition to LGBTQ people, Tim just says it doesn't exist, is briefly silent, and then shrugs. It's got real my biggest fault is that I work too much job interview vibes. It's also odd that he can't think of any Republicans who take issue with gay people, since he literally defended one for having those exact views. On The View, no less.
Yep, that's
for which
right.
He was booed for saying that kids were indoctrinated by Disney because of gay people wanting to love each other, which he claims is totally fine with his party, who don't like gay people wanting to love each other.
Right.
He also used that View visit to continue to argue that America isn't a racist country, despite,
why is he
all
so
the things
big
I've
on
already
this?
said just about Tim Scott's career. And so this is all to say he's going to make a good vice president, or at least a token cabinet member for the clown house of Trump, or the slightly more Nazi clown house of DeSantis. After all, he's not alone in his idea that racism isn't systemic. And despite claiming to not like racists, he voted in line with Trump nearly 97% of the time while he was the president. He's said to be a good fundraiser and well-liked by the other candidates. And why wouldn't they like him? He stands out while simultaneously conforming to the will of his party. So, yeah, not gonna be the prez, but he could be a good V-prez to the racist guy. Either of them. Okay, let's keep this fuck train going, but first, more ads. Oh, hell yeah, we love them!
We're spending a lot of time on the moderate, who's probably moderate because of the obvious. You think this guy's a moderate? Anyway, I didn't think that we spent more time on him than any of the other people, but look at that. As soon as you said, can we move on? We're moving on. He staked his career and income on being a pick-me Republican. All right, we're back.
Puppets. It's the Warmbo debate, I guess, is the premise, which is odd because I don't remember allowing this or even coming to the studio today. Hey, what are we even debating for anyway?
You.
Oh, so that's the worst answer you could have given. Thank you.
Don't be afraid, Hosey. My mouth's smooth like a dolphin's vagina.
Okay, yeah, I hate that. Yeah.
Fucking Warmbo
Like a
moment.
dolphin. Hey, Warmbo. Original Warmbo. Good Warmbo? Jeez, God, is that where we're at now? Okay. Warmbo. How worried do I need to be right now?
Not worried at all, Mr. Cody. Mr. Cody is cool like cucumber.
Very relieved to hear that. Also, I kind of want to lay naked on a salad for some reason. Let's continue with the show. After all, we're surely coming upon the main event, the guy you're all waiting to hear me talk about. So let's pull the curtain.
You know, you want to join us on the campaign trail, you can do that. I often open up, I say my name's Vivek. It rhymes with cake. It ain't about thee. It isn't about me. It is about thee. The United States is about liberty. So Fox and friends, join us on the trail.
Oh, no.
We'll have some fun. I'll see you out the trail.
Oh, fucking no way.
Oh, that's a shame. Vivek Ramaswamy, the worst timeline. Did he rhyme trail with trail? I think he did. Sick stuff.
Yeah, because he's a Democrat,
To
dime.
be clear, like a puddle of sick left by an elderly pet. You know how the best raps say that they're rhyming?
Don't applaud
when they
him.
rhyme?
Yeah, don't applaud
I'm Slim
him.
Shady. It rhymes with imitating. Classic good rap move. Hey,
Beanie Gaby, what's
your
up?
name rhymes with cake. You could have just said, "My name is Vivek. I really like cake." Then we would know both that your name rhymes
Hey,
with
Theo.
cake and a fun little fact about you. Apparently you say that all the time while you're campaigning. Maybe workshop it a little bit more. Anyway, let's get back on track, all right? The important thing is that I read his rap verbatim to you. My name is Vivek. It rhymes with cake. It ain't about thee. It is about me. It is about thee. The United States is about liberty. So Fox and friends, join us on the trail. We'll have some fun. I'll see you out the trail.
Give him a Grammy, chat.
Planned bit that he did on TV.
Give him a Grammy.
He's a libertarian rapper from Harvard, folks. Seriously, that is an accurate description of Vivek. It rhymes with cake, Ramaswamy, who occasionally goes by the alter ego Devake and also wants to be our president, President Devake. What's up with libertarian rapper politicians who suck? Also, I sure hate that stranger things have actually happened, so maybe this is just how things are now. And just from what little I've told you so far, he really seems like the worst person to corner you at a party. But don't worry, Vivek also has terrible opinions, which probably doesn't surprise anyone who's fully absorbed the whole libertarian rapper thing that I just cannot stop stressing is a real thing about this guy.
What I'm saying is that actually it's policies like that of Lyndon Johnson and Joe Biden that are actually holding black Americans back.
The war on poverty?
Yes, and in particular, his Great Society, where he actually created incentives in the family, where if you're a family, you could actually get more money by not having the father in the home. Guess what you get? You get what you pay for. And I think it's been really bad for the black community. I think it's really bad for all Americans. Black people secured their freedoms after the Civil War. It is a historical fact, Don. Just study it. Only after their Second Amendment rights were secured.
They were not secured their freedoms after the Civil War. That is not, you are discounting Reconstruction. You're discounting a whole host of things that happened after the Civil War when it comes to African Americans, including the whole reason that the Civil Rights Movement happened is because black people did not secure their freedoms after the Civil War, and that things turned around. People tried to change the freedoms that were supposed to happen.
And you know how they got it?
War
They got their Second Amendment rights, and they actually got the NRA played a big role in that. But today, Don, the
NRA did not play.
Fucking hell. Are you joking? Are you joking? This motherfucker right here. Oh my god. The NRA helps with that. Chat, I don't know if you know about this. I don't know if you know that, but the NRA did not help black Americans secure their rights. The NRA, specifically did a thing. I forget, particularly what it was, but it was because of the civil rights movement, and they were or something to do with the Black Panthers. Hang on a minute. I'm going to Google this. NRA Black Panthers. That was it. The NRA supported gun control when the Black Panthers were protesting on the California State House with magnums, shotguns, and 45s. I just checked out, as I thought, his family are Brahmin. What does that mean, Shafiq? I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. Is that like a... No idea. So yeah, the NRA literally supported gun control when the Black Panthers were getting about with guns. Let me show you this. I'm sorry, I'm on one screen. Yeah, there we go. Okay, there it is. I don't know if I could show you this properly. Hold up. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, why is the image? Oh, it doesn't matter anyway. Anyway. Oh, damn it. Chat, I fucking hate. The headline says the NRA supported gun controls when the Black Panthers had the weapons, right? That was the thing. This was in 1967. The Black Panthers were gaining more and more traction, and they were organizing really, really well in their communities and stuff like that, doing amazing things, building clinics, helping distribute food, helping people with problems with work and shit like that. And the NRA were oh, I'm not sure about this. Maybe we need to have some gun control up in here,
Absolutely, they train black Americans.
So
that's a lie.
This guy is so wrong.
This is just
so
historical
wrong.
fact. But down the part that I
Just
find
because you say it's historical fact,
part that I find insulting.
Brahmin are the highest Indian caste. He's from historic power and money. Oh, okay. All right. Gun control started with Reagan. He was the governor of Cali. He was over the Black Panthers.
Be on cocaine too?
There you
anyway, no. Objectively speaking, the NRA and Second Amendment did not secure the...
Vivek went viral for doing "You Lose Yourself" on stage last week. Get your hazmats on, chat. Get your hazmats on. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But he keeps on forgetting what he wrote down. The whole crowd goes loud. He opens his mouth, but the words won't come out. He's joking how everybody's joking now. The clock's run out. Time's up. Over. Plow. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, there goes gravity. So
no one in this crowd knows this tune. They don't even know this tune.
he won't give up that. He goes back to these notes. His own battles. His own battles. He goes at it. He goes back to these notes. He goes back to this mobile home. That's when it's back to the lab. He opens old raps.
Hey Layla, hey Sir Rickon, what's good? Theo. Stop it. Oh, that's the worst. That's the worst thing I've ever seen. Oh no, dude. Cringe.
Of black people in this country.
Oh shit. Also this. Check this out, what Cody's saying. Hey, Sleepy Time Queer. Rudy Giuliani was just booked into jail as well. Damn, no way. He's in jail? He's got to be the fall guy for this. He's got to be the fall guy. He's got to be. I hope Eminem hits his ass with the DMCA. Yeah.
The NRA and Second Amendment did not secure the freedoms of black people in this country.
No.
And I feel like I don't really need to fact check that one. Also, and this is just sort of off the cuff, but technically, the Second Amendment helped people try to continue denying the
He surrendered. What?
Country. They did a war about it. Anyway, pretty much everything that comes out of Davake's mouth.
Fucking hell. Rudy Giuliani surrenders at Fulton County Jail for Georgia RICO charges. Chat, this is crazy. Let's take a look at this real quick. Okay. One monitor Muel holding it together just for you, chat. Just for you, sweet chatters. By the way, you should sub off Twitch because I need to eat and survive and live and all that stuff. Please consider subbing off Twitch. Surrendered. Yeah, but no, it's still the same thing, right? Still the same thing. What would be a good source for this? CBS? Can you see that, chat? No? Fucking hell. You gotta be joking me, man. Hold up. There's like a video that we can maybe watch.
Planted to turn himself in connection to the case against Donald Trump and more than a dozen co-conspirators to overturn that state's election results.
Fucking hell.
Jessica Moore is...
Wait, hang on a minute. If he surrenders, doesn't that like... Isn't that bad news for Trump? Doesn't that mean that Trump's like fucking... That's going to be used as evidence? No way.
Live in the newsroom with the latest.
Cindy, Giuliani's legal team met with Fulton County prosecutors this morning to secure his bond agreement. We caught up with the former New York City mayor on his way to the airport this morning, and he did not hold back.
On every occasion.
Does sub off switch command work when not streaming if I open chat? No. But you can click on the tip link underneath my stream for sure.
I'm going to Georgia, and I'm feeling very, very good about it because I feel like I'm defending the rights of all Americans. I'm the same Rudy Giuliani that took down the mafia, that made New York City the safest city in America.
Shut up, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm the same Rudy Giuliani that took down the mafia. Bro, you are the mafia. There's nothing... Shut up, man. Shut up.
Any mayor in the history of any city, anywhere and I'm fighting for justice. I have been.
How's America's mayor going to 9/11 in his way out of this? Yeah.
13 counts, including racketeering, and is one of 19 people, including former President Trump, who are accused of plotting to overturn Georgia's presidential election in 2020.
I'm going to Fulton County to comply with the law, which I always do. I don't know if I plead today, but if I do, I plead not guilty. And I get photographed. Isn't that nice? A mugshot for the man who probably put the worst criminals of the 20th century in jail.
Fulton County.
Shut up, dude. Shut up. Fucking God. I hate these people so much, chat.
District Attorney Fani Willis said
I can't stand
conspiracy to subvert the will of
the way that they act when, like, you know, they're like, oh no, the state is turning against me. It's like a weird kind of denial. It's like a weird kind of denial that isn't really denial. You know, he's going to end up in like a Goodfellas prison cell, chat. Do you know what I mean? Where he's got like a hob. It's like a fucking, you know, all this shit, you know. Oh, what's that? Oh my God, MSE stream. MSE stream? I don't know who you are, but thank you so much for the £4.27. $4.27, blaze it. It's the weed amount almost, isn't it? Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Really appreciate you.
Georgia voters after President Biden won that state. So far, 6 accused.
Part of their bond or plead should be that they need to shut up.
Former Trump campaign lawyer Ray Smith, Kenneth Cheeseborough, Georgia Republican Party Chairman David Schaefer, alleged fake elector Kathy Latham, Georgia bail bondsman Scott Hall, and Trump attorney John Eastman.
I am confident that when the law is faithfully applied in this proceeding, all of my co-defendants and I will be fully vindicated.
He was pretty confident, you know.
Arrest altogether, including former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and former DOJ official Jeffrey Clark. Both men want their cases moved to federal court. A judge in Georgia has 2 days to make a decision. Live in the newsroom, Jessica Moore, CBS 2 News.
Damn, they want it moved to a federal court. I wonder why. Okay, well, there you go. So that's that, chat. Very interesting breaking news. We're going to continue with the Cody video. Hey, MS Stream, welcome to the chat. Oh, no, you've been here before. Yeah, you're a returning chatter, yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Chat, listen, I'm just going to go for a quick break. Just going to hit the bathroom real quick. Don't forget, stretch your legs, take your meds, have something to eat, drink some water, etc., etc., etc. I'll be back in a tick. I'll leave you with some music, I think. Yes. All right, back in a tick. Won't be long. It's a fucking another thing that needs fucking fixing. For some reason, the shower's just dripping away, chat. Nonsense. Vod! Thank you so much for the £17.50. Holy shit, taking us to $420.69. Chat, it's the weed and the sex amount in one. Oh my god. Vod, thank you so much for getting us to £420.69. Really appreciate that. Chat, look at what we did. We did it. We got to a funny number, and also, that means that we are £180 off the very, 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 very reduced goal that I got for this month's stream. Yeah, because I know it's a rough month. I know that some people are struggling and stuff like that, and like maybe we're not going to hit the goal. So if we get to £600 before the end of the month, I'll be doing that fucking gnome stream, chat. You better believe it. What's the gnome stream, you ask? Well, I'm going to be dressed as a gnome, doing gnome cosplay, playing some drum and bass, just like this. Let's get rid of that and let's bring up something good. Yeah, you know what it is, chat. You know what it is. That's right. Let's see your dance emotes. Here we go. Fucking right. Oh my god, I'm so far off the screen. Fucking right. Fucking right. Anyway, so that's what you got to look forward to if we get to £600 before the end of the month. Sub off Twitch in the chat. Make sure you do it. Anyway, back to this video.
Is a bit unhinged and factually wrong, but he talks so fast that he doesn't really give you time to register it most of the time.
Nothing like a chat full of dance emotes.
Very, very rich thanks to investing in biotech and pharmaceutical companies.
Oh, damn.
Which I guess he has to pretend that he hates now because of COVID or something. Again, worst guy at the party. Some other very obviously bad ideas that Devake has is to abolish the Department of Education and get rid of teachers' unions. Man, they all hate teachers.
Yeah, they really hate teachers. What's going on with that?
Unless you pass a civics test or serve in the military.
The teacher hating thing has got to be to do with like stopping kids teaching about queer stuff. Stopping kids being taught queer stuff and stuff to do with like racial identity. Right? Like it has to be to do with that. It has to be. Like they're all running on like a platform of like complete misinformation in it. Do you know what I mean?
And get rid of
about that stuff anyway.
Which brings us to our very brief segment. Hey, Vivek! Hey, Vivek.
Critical thinking too.
Does this have any?
Yeah, I mean they don't get taught. Kids in America don't get taught fucking critical thinking, do they? Until they get to college, right? It's that, and they think teachers should do it for free because they love kids so much, right? And then you get to they get to completely gut the school system, and then everyone's getting homeschooled. Then people aren't learning about stuff. What the interesting thing about America, is that what you'll get is that if every kid gets to get homeschooled, is that you'll have some kids that are completely fascist, and some kids that are extreme communists. They'll just be so radicalized, it'll be a nightmare. It'll be a nightmare,
Young people leaning more progressive. Hey, Vivek.
It'll be far less communists for sure, but they need to get rid of education, successfully rewrite history, get taught how to be a cog. Right.
Are you familiar with previous U.S. laws requiring taking a test in order?
That's right, Gobs. Yeah.
Hey, Vivek. If somebody can't pass the civics test when they're 25 and then they turn 26, can they vote? Hey, Vivek. If somebody's 45 and they decide to take the civics test for fun but fail the test, can they still vote? Hey, Vivek. If so, why? Hey, Vivek, do you think it's popular to raise the voting age by 7 years? Hey, Vivek, you want to raise the voting age, but you're just 3 years older than the lower limit to be president, and you want to be president? Hey, Vivek, get fucked. It rhymes with cake. This has been Hey, Vivek! Oh, also Vivek thinks that while climate change is real and recognizes that it's caused by fossil fuels, his solution is to burn more fossil fuels.
Oh my God.
Economic growth that he thinks will pay to solve climate change. Am I getting that right? He claims that he isn't a climate denier, and then also says stuff like this.
Republicans dance around this issue a little bit too delicately. I say it expressly. We need to abandon climate religion in America. Yeah. That's the easiest step to unshackle our economy.
Vivek is in the midsection.
Unshackle the economy. He really is a libertarian. He really is a libertarian. He loves the idea of freeing the market, truly free markets.
Venn diagram of
You have that now. You have that now.
Delusional enough to outright deny reality, but also can't reconcile that with their core beliefs. He knows that climate change is a problem, but loves capitalism and the free market too much to take
he loves that free market.
He's also running in a party that is the only major political party on the planet to historically deny climate change is even happening.
It's true.
Hey, Vivek, how do we have a climate religion in this country when half of us fucking morons don't even think it's real? You see this tension clearly when Vivek talks about wokeism, and more specifically, corporate wokeism.
Oh, man.
Which he wrote a whole book on and is almost actually correct about. See, what Ramaswamy has spoken to is the fact that most companies very cynically support social justice causes as a way to earn good PR while distracting from the shitty things that they do.
Right.
And he says their efforts are ineffective. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
We've done videos about that exact thing. But what Vivek also claims is that these cynical and ineffective attempts at wokeism are also destroying society.
That new disease, that new infection, is spreading across our country like wildfire. It is one that even the best of science is not going to cure. And that new disease is called woke culture. This is more like mutual prostitution, and it is working.
What?
And the net result is the rise of America's newest Leviathan, the woke industrial complex.
Oh, shut up, dude. Shut up.
It is the entirety of corporate America as we know it.
Wokeness. A disease, powerful, taking over the world, and it's working, but also it's not.
Well, that's the thing, Mr. Dang. We understand what they call wokeism to be like compassion, right? It's just a word, just literally a word at this point. It doesn't even make and if you ask them to like define what wokeism is, they would. Every single one, they would probably. I think they're past the stage of like not knowing how to define it because it's like. If they talk about it, they'll be like, well, it's telling people that we shouldn't be racist. And it's like, oh, right. Okay. So you think that's bad, but they would define it in their own different ways that like don't make sense as well. You know what I mean?
Working.
We have a system of.
It's a useful thing. I swear the Nazis had something like this as well, by the way. Would it be? It would be Jewry, wouldn't it? It'd be, like, that's what they used to say. Because they used to say that communism was something that the Jews did. They used to say that, like, queerness was a Jewish thing. And they called all that Jewry, didn't they? This is just like, it's like that, right? It's just like a word that, like, it's not quite related to it. It's obviously, like, clearly in like fascism, Nazi Germany related to, like, Jews. But, like,
a Fed streamer is a streaming streamer.
Thank you so much, Shafiq. Thank you so much for the £5. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Appreciate you. Thank you. It's true as well. A Fed streamer is a streaming streamer. It's right. If I'm able to eat, I am able to stream. Yeah. Like, you know, it's basically a word that becomes nebulous, I think, and then means nothing. I don't know. Maybe the Nazi thing is like a bit far of a comparison to make, but I do think it's kind of related, right? Do you know what I mean? Cultural Bolshevism, yeah. That is what I'm thinking of. Yeah, that is what I'm thinking of. Yeah. That. No worries, Rohamild. Yeah.
Capitalism that is insulated, or at least historically has been, from partisan politics. First of all, that makes companies more successful. Bud Light's just one example among many. Megan, that's what the whole book is about. The capitalist party.
Why? Why? Like, why is he? What? Like, they're always like, it's just crazy.
Or at least,
like, they're so lost in this source. It's like, oh, Bud Light, you know, they're doing so well after doing this wokeism thing, and it's like, yeah, that's because a bunch of Republicans bought a load of Bud Light. Like, what are you on about, man? What are you on about? Of course, it's just like, fucking hell, man.
Historically has been from partisan.
Republicans bought Bud Light to set it on fire, which is silly because you're still giving that company money. That's not what a boycott is. And liberals buy it because they're like, oh, well, it annoys Republicans. Like, yes, of course, they made a solid cultural analysis, and when we can make a profit off this. Yeah. And again, like, he's trying to talk about this in terms of like, oh, well, they're using wokeism to make a profit, and that's bad. And it's like, yes, again, it's like an inch of truth, right? Like a tiny bit of truth that fascists love to do. They love to be like, here's a bit of truth, and here's why you should support this extra bit of lie that's associated with the truth. It's exactly like the pandemic stuff. It's like, here's a little bit of truth. Capitalism is bad, and it pits people against each other. Yes, correct. But that isn't why we should, like, abolish transgenders, right? Do you know what I mean? It's
in politics,
because that's where they're going to go with
that
it.
Makes companies more successful. Bud Light's just one example among many. Megan, that's what the whole book is about. The Capitalist Punishment book that's out today, that is about why companies are more successful when they are not encumbered by these environmental and social agendas.
It's that thing where he wants to portray wokeism as being weak, but also demonize it as all-powerfully destructive. It boggles the mind.
Hey, Ida Smith, how you doing? Yeah, happy Wednesday.
And
What's up?
Probably the best example of this is a story out of Ramaswamy's campaign when he was asked to rap. Sorry, that's not right. When Vivek was out the trail, he was asked to clarify the meaning of anti-woke and responded by saying, quote, "I've never used that word to actually describe myself." Literally, at the same time, his staff was handing out stickers that said, "Stop wokeism, vote Vivek." It's all pretty standard contradictory
Fucking
stuff.
hell.
And his anti-wokeness is what you would
Hey, Tier, what's going on? It's good to see you. Yeehaw, indeed.
Defines wokeness as people calling out bigotry and following climate science, which is what a lot of anti-wokeism boils down to. In one
That's right,
New Yorker
Midlife
interview,
Marxist.
he spoke out against affirmative action and claimed that systemic racism was only a thing that happened in the past, and the only example he gave was the era of slavery. And like,
oh my god, dude.
Yep, that's certainly the most obvious and unnuanced example. Good work, Vivek. Anywho,
What Slay the
his
Spire
evidence that
clone are you
racism
playing?
didn't exist anymore was
Slay
because
the Spire
he knew
is
a
great.
white conservative guy at Harvard that was considered uncool by his classmates and argued that he would be deemed socially inferior to, quote, some athletic black kid who came and got a place on the basketball team. Not a specific black kid, mind you, just a hypothetical one.
Okay.
So, yeah, to recap that, racism was a problem, like back during slavery times, But it's not a problem anymore because Vivek once knew a white guy at Harvard that wasn't as cool as an imagined black person. Tight argument. No air getting in or out of there.
So fucking
Meanwhile,
stupid.
Vivek's hate for corporate wokeness, a cynical capitalist cash grab, is
Yi Jian, the cultivation card game. That sounds pretty cool.
And then when that merges with capitalism, which is what I've actually been the biggest critic of, what it does is we lose the sanctuary, the apolitical sanctuary in our economy that otherwise brings us together.
This is what I hate so much, yeah, about neoliberalism. Like, doesn't matter who's in charge. They just claim that capitalism existing as normal is apolitical, right? Not talking about identity politics is when you're apolitical. Like, there are no politics. Like, because even if that were true, right, and even if everybody stopped talking about racism, queerphobia, or anything like that, there would still be politics in the mere fact that, like, a company is exploiting workers and therefore also going to be exploiting people in the imperial periphery, etc. Everything that we just spoke about like 2 hours ago. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, no, it's apolitical. We don't want to discuss politics. Oh, like the only political thing is, your racial identity, your gender identity, your sexuality. Like, it's like, come on, man. Like, fucking absolutely absurd. It's that this is why it's like, do you know what I mean? Desperately, they have to, like, separate any connection between, like, your identity, like your social class identity, yeah, and your relationship to the means of production. Like, that's why they're desperate to do that. Like, oh no, it's got no relation to you being a working class person at all. Don't worry about it. Do you know what I mean? Apolitical is when everyone is white cis men. Yeah, for sure. That's the intended.
Whether we're black or white,
intended message,
even whether we're Democrat or Republican, that's one of the underappreciated reasons why capitalism has to stay apolitical.
Insane! It's not apolitical! It's not!
That's right. Wokeness hurts the sanctuary of capitalism, which in his mind is totally apolitical.
You can't even separate what they call wokeness from any kind of capitalism. For all the reasons that I just said, you literally can't. Racism feeds neocolonialism. Misogyny feeds, the unpaid labor of, like, feminized people, like, so that you could extract more labor from men. It's just fucking
things
dumb.
He cites
so
in his
dumb.
Just terrible book is that American-style capitalism has saved people in India because people there can deliver for Domino's Pizza and, quote, my family tips him to show their appreciation. So I don't know, maybe it's bad to elect someone apparently born yesterday. And also very funny that he often claims climate activism is a religion while also talking about capitalism like it's a monastery. But nonetheless, he contends that the real problem in America is that young people have glommed onto wokeness instead of an unquestioning nationalism, which is why, as mentioned, he wants to move up the voting age unless you pass a civics test.
As a young person, I feel some responsibility.
This is crazy,
We're all
man.
hungry for a cause.
This is
We're
crazy.
Hungry for purpose and meaning and identity. That's the vacuum.
Subscribe to the climate change religion.
Or gender ideology or the climate cult. That'll fill the void. But what we need to do for the next generation, Charles, is fill that void of identity with the vision of American national identity.
All these new Republican candidates are just fascist as fuck.
Agenda to irrelevance.
It's actually a little chilling when you realize what he's saying, which is that he wants to make laws built to encourage blind nationalism instead of the celebration of diversity in this country. He has explicitly said that he doesn't think diversity is a strength, and while I don't think this guy is a Nazi or anything like that, he is very blindly falling for those same talking points, which is probably why he's a very popular guest on right-wing shows, and possibly is being boosted because he pulls votes away from DeSantis to favor Trump. But I don't know, all right? Maybe he knows exactly what he's doing.
Millennial conservatives are so boomer, yeah, it's really bad.
Is maybe him saying that Juneteenth is a useless holiday 2 months after posting a video celebrating it. So, I don't know, he just seems like a real simple dupe and a super duper who has spent too much time online and just wants to sell his book. And therefore, it's not special since I could describe several candidates that way.
Cody, can you hear me?
Katie, Where is this even coming from?
Cody, listen, do not.
Okay, yeah, Husker. Can you like DM me on Discord, please? Also, chat. Turn off your whispers if you haven't already. It's completely pointless on Twitch to have your whispers open. So just close them off. You'll protect yourself from other shit as well by doing that. So yeah, thanks for that, Husker. Appreciate you. How do I get back? God, I hate having one monitor of all the things to have happened in one monitor day.
I never trust Warmbo.
Right. That's a good point. Hey, have you seen that new shark movie?
I should probably get back to the video. Talk later. Something's not right. I can see the endless.
Thanks, Husker.
Nikki Haley, hilariously optimistic. Boy, I feel great. I think I just took a nap. I remember an intangible darkness, that's for sure. Speaking of, we should talk about South Carolina's Nikki Haley, who,
what the
much
fuck?
like everyone on this list,
What the fuck? Why didn't that work? What is going on? What? What is wrong with my Twitch chat? Oh, now it works. What the fuck was that? Maybe I had like a space. Maybe I had a space. It's Warmbo. Warmbo has infected my PC. Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. Oh, there's more. Oh, there's more. Oh, there's actually more. Thanks, Chris. No way, dude. Okay, there you go. God damn. What is happening? Crazy Warmbo. Crazy Warmbo is in the chat. Okay, so there's more than 2. Or Twitch being twitchy. I mean, it's just yeah, it's that, but it's also yeah, it's just weird that like tonight there's like two separate accounts that are doing this. Anyway, chat, don't answer anyone in your fucking DMs trying to give you a game or something. Basically, apparently there's some fucking bots doing that shit. I don't know what like the rules are on like talking about that shit. I've not really had any bots in like a long time. It's been a long while, you know.
probably isn't going to be the president of the United States.
Just don't answer anyone in your whispers. Block your whispers off, chat. There's no point to them.
And are clearly vice president material. And they've got 2 first names. What's more, they both have the distinction of almost believing in things while also falling in line with the ghoulishness of their own party. She was also several firsts in her state, such as the first woman and minority governor. She did this by riding the Tea Party wave, one of many right-wing fads she would ultimately contort to appease. While in office, she dealt with both police brutality and white supremacist violence, specifically the execution of Walter Scott while he was fleeing a police officer, and the Dillon Roof mass shootings of 9 black churchgoers. She's actually the one who pulled the Confederate flag from her state's capital, which Tim Scott supported her on. There was a time where she really vaguely seemed focused on actual governing.
Beanie Gaby says, I don't think I ever had a normal Twitch whisper before I turned them off. Even getting like Twitch whispers from actual people, like streamers, were not normal as well. The only like normal Twitch whisper that I've had is maybe when I've DM'd Husker maybe once. I don't know, on Twitch whispers when I didn't have him on Discord. I don't know, maybe. Yeah. I'm glad you enjoyed your Trash Bingus game, Rohomild. Yeah, so see that in the chat there, chat? Rohomild saying, speaking of game codes, I played through Call of the Sea, by the way. It was a really good game. Yeah, you know, Rohomild won that game on Trash Bingus that we're going to be having, not next week, but the week after. So, you know, keep that in mind, chat. 2 weeks until Trash Bingus. You could win and enjoy a game like Call of the Sea yourself. just by taking part in a very silly stream where we play bingo and I play garbage games.
Culture war obsession as a distraction for America, and has even admitted that her own party has been terrible at winning over voters.
We've lost the popular vote in the last 7 out of 8 presidential elections. Our cause is right, but we have failed to win the confidence of a majority of Americans. That ends now. If you're tired of losing, put your trust in a new generation. And if you
just be a Democrat.
not just as a party, but as a country, then stand with me.
Ooh, I love it when they almost figure it out. She realizes that the GOP is unpopular and that the culture war is a shallow attempt at winning voters, but she insists that her party still has good ideas. So, what are those ideas? Tell us, Nikki.
Yet 90% of American kids are still under critical race theory, where if a little girl goes into kindergarten, if she's
Wrong.
white, you're telling her she's bad. If she
No, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. This is just completely insane. I can't believe they're still doing this shit. It's just so fucking stupid. It's like provably, measurably false. Like fucking so stupid,
brown or
dude.
black, you're telling her she's never going to be good enough and she's always going to be a victim. You've got biological boys playing in girls' sports.
Also not happening. Also not happening. There's plenty of states that have like stopped people from even being able to speak about, she's talking about trans kids, you know?
It is the women's issue of our time.
No, it isn't.
Where is everyone?
What about abortion?
Y'all know about Dylan Mulvaney? Bud Light?
Uh-huh.
Make no mistake. That is a guy dressed up like a girl
No.
making fun of women.
No.
Oh, okay, so that is Nikki, our anti-culture war candidate, who is sick of the GOP losing.
We lose all the time. We lose the popular vote all the time, but we've got great ideas that are really popular. Like, come on, man.
Now in 2023 and waging, what do I call it? When a person like battles
The culture war is ridiculous.
There's a word for it, but I guess
Listen to all my culture war
sports are the biggest women's issue
opinions.
of our time. It makes sense. Can't think of any other modern thing happening that might affect women. Hey, totally unrelated segue. How does she feel about abortion? Well, Nikki does not think that women should be executed for having one, so I guess she's a moderate according to today's definition. It's one more tightrope that she's really trying to walk with her own party, who perhaps doesn't actually have good or popular ideas, and for that reason keeps defaulting to yelling at a beer company. Again, real Tim Scott vibes, in that she longs for her party to be taken seriously, but ultimately just falls into the Trumpy conga line in order to survive politically. Don't get me wrong, she's a ghoul. You just heard what she said about trans people, but she's got the Smeagol energy where you can see a final glint of humanity in the far reaches of her eyes. Still a ghoul, though. Her name is Nikki. It rhymes with icky. Like, for example, as governor, she signed a law allowing police to stop anyone they suspect is in the country illegally.
Whoa. From maybe 2016 through 2021, I could have sworn Nikki Haley was gearing up to run co-ticket for president with Tucker Carlson. What? With Tucker Carlson? What? That was like a legit thing? That happened? Nikki Haley, Tucker Carlson. Oh, it's just going to be interviews if I fucking do that. Running mate? Tucker Carlson could be Trump's running mate for 2024? Oh, shut up, man. Nikki Haley is taking on Trump 2024, running for Bert. Okay, anyway, I believe you. I believe you, chat. I believe you. I genuinely believe you. No, that was just my nightmare scenario I made up in my head. Oh, for God's sake. For God's sake! She's merged with Tulsi into a single John Carpenter's thing-like entity.
Filing. But also signed a bill that redistributed the education budget to boost higher poverty districts. That is objectively a terrible thing right next to a very good thing. It's kind of disorienting to navigate, like a fun house, or maybe
Oh, for God's sake, Chris. Okay, fair enough.
Nikki Haley's politics are like the Overlook Hotel, labyrinthine and ultimately more sinister than not, with a bunch of old dead white guys pulling the strings. And once again, like Tim
That's
Scott,
true,
her
Shafiq,
views
yeah.
on racism seem to prove themselves wrong in real time as she is explaining them.
America is not a racist country.
Oh, dude, shut up.
This is personal for me.
What?
I am the proud daughter of Indian immigrants. They came to America and settled in a small southern town. My father wore a turban. My mother wore a sari. I was a brown girl in a black and white world. We faced discrimination and hardship, but my parents never gave in to grievance and hate. The American people know we can do better. And of course we value and respect every black life. The black cops who've been shot in the line of duty, they matter. The black small business owners who've watched their life's work go up in flames, they matter. The black kids who've been gunned down on the playground, their lives matter too.
You see, America isn't a racist country. Just ask her parents who were discriminated against, or the young black kids who were shot by cops on the playground. Checkmate. Me? It's wild how all of
It's just saying anything, isn't it? It's just say anything. It doesn't matter. You just say anything.
Fail to navigate racism. They have to insist that racism isn't systemic or present at all because otherwise they admit that things like CRT and wokeness might be grounded in something real. But they also can't deny objective reality, and so they end up playing this weird semantic game with zero winners. Or rather, one winner, Donald Trump, who tosses word salad better than anyone else and is the ultimate haunted hotel in which Nikki has to navigate. Like a lot of these sad sacks, she criticized Trump back in 2016, only to fall in line when he won. She kept her head down, briefly as Trump's ambassador to the UN, by the way, for a few years until the 2020 election, when Nikki assured us that Trump
was a
reasonable man, saying that if he lost his Texas lawsuit to contest the election results, he would, quote, go on his way. Do we have a picture of Trump going on his way after losing the election? Oh, yeah, there they are. Look at all the pictures of Trump going on his way. I don't know. It seems like if you want to
I've watched two people die on national TV. One was to make me hate brown people. The other to make me indifferent to them. Hang on a minute. Do you mean Saddam Hussein? And I don't know who else. I don't know who the other one is, but I feel like one of them is Saddam Hussein because they legit did that, right? They legit like, yeah, we're going to hang Saddam Hussein. They like hung Saddam Hussein on fucking national TV, right? Which is fucking insane that happened, by the way. Does everyone realize that legitimately happened? They were like, this guy that we put in charge of Iraq, he's so bad, we're going to find him and we're going to hang him. They literally were like, here, Saddam, here's Iraq, you deal with all that. We're best friends. Yeah? And then just fucking hung him on TV. Insane. Completely mental. That's just absolutely off the wall. Not real reality. The other was under a cop's neck. Oh, right. Yeah. What? Well, fucking that could be like a bunch of people. A fucking bunch of people. But, yeah, fucked. Completely fucked. It's just so fucked, like, just even remotely trying to say that America is not racist for, like, any reason, you know?
And there's no lower bar than Trump. And this is ultimately how Haley went from a complicated Republican who had a few moderate ideas
right, Shafiq,
all the way to just another beclown face in a begooled crowd. Another hitchhiking ghost trying to jump on that.
I don't know about other countries, but in the US, they only showed his lifeless body. No, they definitely showed him dying on TV in the US. Definitely. Fucking definitely do. Because they showed it in the UK and they would never show that shit here. They would never show that shit here. And they were talking about how it was like done on live TV. I can't be like freaking out about this, man. I can't be wrong about this. There's no way. I remember it so vividly. They were saying like this was on TV in America.
She has at least recognized that.
I remember mainstream networks showing the sodomization of Gaddafi, little to no censorship. Yeah.
One, but even backtracked in blaming Trump for the January 6th riots because she's a coward and just wants power, and will keep her head down and hope for the scraps that fly off of the demolition derby between Trump and DeSantis. And that, of course, brings us to the main event, the non-Trump candidate you have been waiting to learn about. So let's fucking do it! Sound the horn! Mike Pence! LOL.
Holy shit, man.
Was he the star of that Transporter show? No, that's Chris Vance. Can somebody please play me a clip to jog my memory?
Of indicting a former president of the United States sends a terrible message to the world. I hope the DOJ thinks better.
These guys are all just tulpas, aren't they? They're just tulpas. It's like Keir Starmer. Like they're just, there's nothing to them. They're just the same person again and again. This guy sounds exactly like Joe Biden. I'd never clocked that before, chat. He sounds spot on, like the absolute same as Joe Biden.
It resolves these issues without an indictment.
Sir, I just want to clarify. What you're saying is that if they believe he committed a crime, they should not go forward with an indictment. You just talked before about committing to the rule of law.
Let me be clear that no one's above the law.
Okay.
But with regard to the unique circumstances here, look,
Oh, Mike Pence! I remember now. He's that former conservative.
That's the joke with
radio
Warmbo, yeah, for
mad
sure,
at
yeah.
Mulan,
For sure.
And he became a sleazy governor and fucked up Indiana's healthcare system, causing a lot of people to die before personally going broke, and then getting offered a long shot vice presidential run
Right,
by
Dime,
a
yeah,
reality
right.
show grifter, who then amazingly won the
Ideal
election.
American
Not the popular
guy.
vote, of course, and then spent 4 years quietly
John
standing in the
Jackson and
background
Jack Johnson,
before getting
yeah.
blamed when the president lost his second election. Blamed by the president, to be clear.
Like the only like one based thing that South Park ever did was when they were like, "Oh, you have to vote for a giant douche or a shit sandwich," right? That was the only based thing they ever did. And even with that, they fucked it up because they were like, "Oh, it just means that you shouldn't give a shit." Do you know what I mean? Nothing about like activism or caring in your local community or anything like that. You know?
Who threw him so hard under the bus that his supporters wanted to hang him. They wanted to hang you, Mike.
They did.
And you're running for president of this country? Look, I don't think I need to spend a lot of time talking about this Q-tip racist.
Q-tip racist?
Gloss over some extremely horrible things from his past, such as his misuse of campaign funds, his inability to form a halfway decent healthcare policy, and indifference toward an HIV outbreak in his own state, to the point that he slashed funding toward health programs during a health crisis. He signed one of the then strictest anti-abortion laws in the country. And of course, he sure doesn't like the gays. Remember when he went to an NFL game just to walk out of it in disgust of a
Felt for him for 2 seconds.
Equality and more police accountability? That's something a racist does.
It was haunting. Like it was like these fuckers, these just absolutely radicalized fascist people. Because what you have to remember about the January 6th insurrection, chat, don't forget, we always say this, very, very, very minimal working class people actually there. All petty bourgeoisie, you know. They had a bunch of people bust up from all different states. I can't remember, but it was like, you know, mostly like the crowd were small business owners, middle class people. You know, we're not talking like factory workers. Like, they haven't got time for that shit. They can't fucking just take a day trip up to fucking the capital. You know what I mean? It doesn't fucking happen. Overwhelmingly, just people who have nothing better to do than exercise their like vile politics. Do you know what I mean? That they've been emboldened to have. I wish I had the luxury of taking a vacation to Washington, right? You know what I mean? Like, they're not working people. They're just fucking rich people, man. Do you know what I mean? All chanting, hang Mike Pence. Like, because they know that they'll just get away with it. You know? Some of them did. Some of them got away with it, but, you know, a lot of them got, like, prosecuted and stuff. But, yeah, even like, the unfortunate reality of the Capitol insurrection, yeah, is that, like, you know, what they're finding out is that even the massive power of the federal state can't prosecute every single person that was there. Do you know what I mean? It's literally like they can't, like, they just don't have the power. Like, so they've realized that, like, everybody getting together and doing everything all at once, there's safety in numbers with that kind of shit, right? You know, it's just proof. But anyway. Same thing with Canada's Freedom Convoy. Yep, same thing with Brazil's discount January 6th. Yeah, remember that? Remember Brazil's discount January 6th? Like, someone threw a Molotov and then they all left because the army came. Yeah, they all stayed in resort hotels and shit. I know. Yeah, exactly. It's really bad.
More than
They're just all petty bourgeois pricks.
An unlikable coward.
So this is a yes or no question. Is Advance America right when they say a florist in Indiana can now refuse to serve a gay couple without fear of punishment?
Well, let me explain to you. The purpose of this bill is to empower, and has been for more than 20 years, George. This is not speculative.
Yes or no? If a florist in Indiana refuses to serve a gay couple at their wedding, is that legal now in Indiana?
George, this is where this debate has gone with misinformation and frankly,
it's just a question. It said it would protect a Christian florist who against any kind of punishment. Is that true or not?
George, look, the issue here is, you know,
does that mean that Christians who want to refuse service, or people of any other faith who want to refuse service to gays and lesbians, that it's now legal in the state of Indiana? That's a simple yes or no question.
George, the question here is...
Final yes or no question, Governor. Do you think it should be legal in the state of Indiana to discriminate against gays or lesbians?
George...
It's a yes or no question.
Come on. Hoosiers don't believe in discrimination.
Oh my God, Mike, just say you don't like gay people so we can move on. Look, again, you know who this guy is. Heck, chances are some of you want him hanged. But I figure we could remind you that he's like a 1995 bigot.
Yeah.
But with any hope, he will merely serve as a rodeo clown for the next primary. A real Bloomberg type that will briefly unite his party in how amazingly flaccid he is as a candidate. Really failed there, Mike. Really failed at existing. Hey.
Wasn't that like Mike Bloomberg, and he was like... Oh man, I remember the Mike Bloomberg shit like so very briefly, because it was sort of like Bernie wanted to get in office and shit like that, and he was entering into the primaries, and Mike Bloomberg was chatting shit about him or something like that, you know?
Remember when Mike Pence was put in charge of our COVID response?
Oh my God,
how did that go? Do you remember? Do you remember how that went? Anyway, he wants to be our president.
My family has lived the American dream.
No, fucking lucky cunts.
Congress, as governor and as your vice president. And I'll always be proud of the progress we made together for a stronger, more prosperous America.
Absolutely incredible. My goodness, Mike. They tried to hang you after the pandemic and all the riots and fire. Remember, Mike? Does he not remember? You're pretty much the key witness in the trial for fraud against your former boss. That's how bad your last time in office went. It's like if somebody tried to quietly return to a party after shitting in the punch bowl 5 minutes earlier. The pure audacity of pretending like he's a viable candidate for president is honestly...
What, Ariel Pink, or Ariel Pink, whatever his name is, at the January 6th riot, and it made you sad? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think I watched like I think on stream I watched like a couple of bits about him, and he's like, yeah, he's not a good guy. He's never been a good guy. I feel like we watched like a whole last thing about him, or maybe that was like, maybe I was watching Hassan's stream. I can't even remember.
Admirable if he wasn't such a hateful scarecrow of a man. And while Pence has finally begun to speak out against Trump, it was only
one of the cast members of Bob's Burgers was there.
And by
wait. Who from Bob's Burgers was at the Capitol? Bob's Burgers, January 6th. Was it Sam Sater? Jay Johnston. Who is he? Jimmy Pesto? No! No way! You have to be joking. That's so funny. Oh no, dude. Oh no. Jimmy Pesto. Jimmy Pesto. They cast that guy right in the show. Oh my god. J. Johnston, American actor and comedian, best known for his work as a writer and cast member on Mr. Show with Bob and David. His roles on Sarah Silverman program, Arrested Development, and Bob's Burgers. Johnston participated in the United States Capitol attack on January 6th and was arrested and charged in 2023. Oh my god. Oh, that is so funny, man. Holy shit. Well, there you go. There he is. There he is. He's just like, there's like a bit about his career and then it's just like a huge bit on far right politics. Wait, hold up. Oh, chat, how do I get you to see this? How can I get you to see this? I gotta zoom in more. I gotta go in deeper. There he is. There he is, in between two cops at the Capitol. Don't worry, chat. I'll have my monitor back tomorrow. Don't worry, it'll be fine. You'll be able to see all this stuff normally and better. It's all right.
I mainly mean
don't worry.
that he was backed into a corner.
He plays a cop in every show he's been in. Cringe.
Or do something to make himself visible.
I think yesterday's indictment will stand either on its own merits or it will fall. I can't really speak to the legal arguments behind it, but I think the American people deserve to know that on that day, President asked me to choose between him and the Constitution, and I chose the Constitution.
Yeah, I'm sure you were real brave that day, Mike. Maybe they'll make a whole Captain Phillips about it. You know, once you definitely become the President of the United States. Because you're so likable and brave. Or maybe just walk away. You survived. Go write a memoir about how they wanted you hanged and live on a compound somewhere. And you know what? I don't want to talk about you anymore. Greener pastures,
I'm doing great. Thanks, Dime. Thanks, man.
Ron DeSantis! Less likable than treason.
There he is, chat.
More like Clan Hood white pastures. Or, I don't know, whatever color the Everglades are now. Deep brown. Well, I guess we can go for another 40 minutes. Okay, listen, listen, all right? I can't give you all the rock-hard DeSantis action you probably crave. That's its own steamy video. But you might have noticed a pattern in all the candidates I've already listed.
Right.
And it's that they all fall on a spectrum of how hard they choose to push the culture war anti-wokeness agenda, as well as Trumpism, while also trying to sound like not a complete fucking freak. And what makes DeSantis...
Like, that's what it is. Like, we're at the stage where you just can't be, like, openly fascist. Do you know what I mean? You just can't. Like... It's just completely unacceptable. So they're desperately trying to like really just quietly be like, oh, we would definitely do a genocide. Do you know what I mean? We would definitely do it. Like that's what they're just desperately trying to find ways to say that without saying it. That's all that's going on in this shit. Like Cody's absolutely fucking right. Absolutely fucking right. You can in Florida. Oh, no, of course. Well, that's this guy's state, right? Oh, shit. Oh, no, chat. That's definitely... You're definitely not going to like that. Sorry, I forgot what I was doing for a minute.
Besides his profound unlikability, is that he's the one guy going all in on the anti-woke crusade.
Yeah.
He's doing other things too, mind you, spinning many turd plates, as they say at the butt circus. For example... He's managed to make headlines for his cruel anti-gay laws while also doing a very bad job at governing Florida, specifically pursuing personal
Floridians in the chat, rise up.
Literal expense of the tax.
Rise up. Hey, Rep Freak.
Inflation in Florida has not been...
Oh, yeah, I saw the Fash Wave video.
Bad. In fact, it's one of the worst states for inflation right now, and economists will tell you that tax cuts tend to make inflation worse. Except that's exactly what Ron has been doing.
Great!
It's one of the ways he tried to win over voters, and he wants to keep doing it, because tax cuts are a really popular short-term solution that will f*** everyone over later. It also helps that he's specifically giving these cuts to a lot of campaign donors, and even let a NASCAR lobbyist do a quick pass on the bill, Weird, Ron. I thought you didn't like corporate welfare and overreach, but I guess that's only when it's a gay company or whatever.
Right.
And that's pretty much how Ron makes every decision. He takes his personal grievances and greed and disregards everything else, including logic, even if it means dragging.
Chat, do you remember that? Do you remember that Trump supporter that came to the chat like last week or something? And he was like giving it the big legs, and I actually like debated him quite successfully in the marketplace of ideas, didn't I? I did. He wasn't on the stream, by the way. I've not become a debate bro, just in case anyone's wondering. But like, it's just very, very funny that guy got like pretty fucking bored, pretty fucking quickly, and I didn't even have to ban him, and he's just like not come back. I just think it's so fucking funny. As soon as you like go full actual leftist, and you're not like a lib. With people like that, they just kind of go, "Oh yeah, this guy's got me fucking cornered, man." Do you know what I mean? On my way to the amusement park yesterday, saw a dude dressed as a Minuteman holding a sign that said, "You can't handle the truth," and a Trump flag. What truth, man? They're always talking about this truth, and like it always just boils down to like hating the Jews. Like that's all it is. Like that guy's truth, like truth. Will be like Jewish people are running the world and the cabal. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, okay. You know?
His state down with him. For example, he refuses to participate in Obamacare, and as a result, Florida has the 4th highest uninsured rate in the country. Way to own the libs, though. He's, of course, famously cruel toward immigrants, having kidnapped and trafficked a bunch of them, despite them not actually being undocumented at the time.
Real fucked.
While this perhaps got him some points on Twitter, some X points, while that may be, about a quarter of Florida's workforce is immigrants. So it's weird to alienate them like that. Similarly, he signed an immigration bill that would
freak, yeah.
having an undocumented worker, which will likely bring specific industries to a halt. That whole kidnapping thing created a bunch of lawsuits that these citizens have to pay for. DeSantis loves owning the libs at the cost of taxpayers, along with his costly legal battle with Disney that resulted in the loss of 2,000 potential jobs. His so-called Don't Say Gay bill, abortion bans, and banning of African American studies have all resulted in lawsuits that the state is paying for. And you might notice that none of those pursuits help the state of Florida in any meaningful way. And as I pointed out, in some ways, hurt it. It's just all culture war. A small government Republican using the entire state government to please
No worries, Blue. Thank you so much for being here.
Weird online
It's all good.
freak.
Get home safe,
And he's
yeah?
trying to make Florida the official state for his freakdom, and apparently turn the entire nation into a version of that freaked up state via a slogan that just reappropriates his opponent's slogan. We don't have to get too much into it here, but this is all to say that Ron is running Florida like a Gamergate chat room.
Yeah.
He seems to have no serious ideas for governing and has spiraled the economy in favor of waging battles based completely around his personal dislikes and bigotry.
So we're going to be launching...
Like, this is the fucking thing, you know? Like, you, as a working class person, you can't support these guys. You just can't. It doesn't make any sense, right? Because, like, if you are truly, like, a bigot and you're unashamed and you don't like queer people, you don't like black people, you don't like anyone racialized or anything like that, you don't like women, you know, all this shit, yeah? Like, even if this magical fascist state was, like, enacted, yeah, and none of those people existed or had rights, like, you are still gonna get fucking fucked, man. Like, it's in history. Like, every single example of, like, working class people, fascism is not like this, like, cool, oh yeah, the workers have more rights kind of thing. It's not how it works, man. Do you know what I mean? Like, you will just be so fucked with all that shit. Like, it's just so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. It's a complete ruse. Every single working class conservative is a rube and a fool, and they've been hoodwinked. Do you know what I mean?
An inquiry about Bud Light and InBev, and it could be something that leads to a derivative lawsuit filed on behalf of the shareholders of the Florida pension fund, because at the end of the day, there's got to be penalties for when you put business aside to focus on your social agenda at the expense of hardworking people.
Are you looking at Disney too? I don't know if you saw the show last night.
See how fucking smug he looked when he finished that sentence? This motherfucker. I fucking hate this guy. Thanks for the follow. Like, he did like a little like, like, fuck off, dude. Like, he was so like happy with what he just said.
At the expense of hardworking people.
Are you looking at Disney too? I don't know if you saw the show last night, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Disney's firing 6 of the dwarves. They think being a dwarf isn't inclusive enough, Governor.
What do you think about this thing that I just made up, Governor? What do you make this thing that I just like completely made up? Huh?
Well, I'll tell you what, we did the battle with Disney last year over parents' rights and over the sexualization of minors. We took a very strong stand. I've been criticized for that by a lot of Republicans, even at the
like
end.
It's just like such. It's. This is why I don't watch this shit anymore, man. This is why I don't watch any of this shit, because it's just so obviously a lie at this point. I can't stand giving him the time of day. I can't stand even like absorbing any of this stuff. Do you know what I mean? It's so obviously not true. Like, if you really cared about kids, like, don't get me started, man. Don't get me fucking started.
End of the day, this is just non-negotiable when you're starting to talk about
right,
our
Chris.
kids.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. DeSantis, please make some kind of law saying that Disney can't replace their dwarf characters. Do they even hear themselves? It's just incredibly unserious.
That's exactly what he's like.
It's kind of jaw-dropping when it's being done by a dude making laws. By the way, his new Bud Light lawsuit is probably going to be a very long and costly battle for the taxpayers. But you gotta fight those important battles. In this case, the fact that Bud Light's profit loss hurt Florida's pension fund, which I guess he wants to investigate to see whose fault that is. Hey, I have a clue. Maybe it's the fault of the people who started a giant boycott campaign because the company was briefly nice to a trans person once. And so the pension thing is another case of DeSantis ruining his state because of a weird wokeness obsession. But this isn't about DeSantis, the terrible governor. This is
I mean, like, I could probably see Bud Light profits going down 10% just because it's a bad week. And, you know, they're like quite a generic beer. Do you know what I mean? Like, come on, man. I feel like Bud Light's been like dying in the fucking or dead in the water. I don't know, dying in the water, dead in the water for a long time, you know.
DeSantis, the terrible presidential candidate, one that he announced.
I just don't like giving it to reactionaries, you know what I mean?
Now it's quiet. His commitment to freedom and his willingness to put his money where his mouth is, upset the narrative control imposed on us by our government, elite institutions, and corporate media.
Sorry, I read it wrong. He announced it horrendously on Twitter, which, not sure if you know this, seems to be bad now and called something stupid. Anyway, it was very embarrassing for both Twitter
That's true,
and
Shafiq,
Ron, who tried to play the event up as huge and internet-breaking. And I guess he was right that it broke. But alas, at its maximum,
that's true, Mr.
only
Dank,
about
yeah.
300,000 people watched it live. A smarter person would have taken this as a sign that perhaps nobody wants him to be the president. Or perhaps the fact that he's been consistently tanking in the polls. He seems to be taking this out on his staffers when perhaps the problem is the guy that they're trying to sell. Because here's some news. Besides being a racist bigot who has monstrous ideas, Ron DeSantis is just really unlikable.
Excuse me.
Naturally so. Like,
right, exactly, Husky, yeah.
Naturally.
And also, like, the Harry's Razor thing. If anyone watching doesn't know, the Harry's Razor controversy with Republicans and conservatives was that, like, they had a trans guy shave in an advert with Harry's Razors. But it's not the first time that has happened. They're, like, completely fucking apoplectic about this shit, but it's happened like 3 times before this. It's so stupid.
Good.
Yeah, and they don't even buy Harry's Razors because it you know, advertises on liberal platforms. Yeah. No one's going to be laughing when Ron Lander shoots everyone in the crowd with his laser eyes.
Being unlikable. Burn it off! Oh, Ron is, and always has been, an unlikable little freak, and we unfortunately don't have time to show you all of the clips out there of him Ted Cruzing about. Okay, one more.
Today, your poll numbers behind President Trump have been pretty substantially behind. And you
Not here.
You know, a real fucked up guy.
Yeah.
Just look at that. Look at that fucked up
Hey,
guy.
Catalepsy Kills.
Yeah, his
Welcome
name is
in.
DeSantis. It rhymes with he can't just be fucking normal. And yes, he was an unlikable little freak when he taught high school and students reported him saying weird shit about the Civil War.
What, this guy was a high school teacher? Oh no.
And when he partied with the senior students. Yeah.
He was partying with some seniors, chap. But you know, he's tough. He's tough on sexualizing minors. He's tough on that stuff. Yeah. Yeah. He's tough on that stuff.
He was that teacher. You know, the groomer type. He was an unlikable little freak when he worked at Guantanamo Bay and advised
Oh
them
god,
on
yeah,
how
the
to force
Guantanamo Bay
detainees.
shit. Yeah,
And he was an unlikable little freak when he was barely elected to be governor in 2019, in part thanks to Trump, and then built his entire personality around being an unlikable little freak who dictates policy based on right-wing internet trolls. Specifically, this internet troll. And I don't know, do you want
Fucking
government
Chaya
policy
Rychik,
based on a
Christ.
rando's anti-gay Twitter account?
That's
Is
why
he
he's
gonna
against
make
educating
a
teens
law
on
to
sexual
bring
health.
back the
Yeah.
Snyderverse? Like, come the fuck on. I know the bar has been lowered recently, but don't people want a leader who
Hillary got
talks about
schlonged.
the economy and jobs and the border, and not whether or not the next Disney princess is white? Even for the right wing.
I'm sorry. Can we find that? Did he like say it live? Trump, Hillary got schlonged. Tweets of December 23rd, 2015. What? What is this? The American Presidency Project? Once again, mainstream media is honest. Oh, dishonest schlonged is not vulgar. Wait, what's happening? He just keeps... Oh, man, this guy tweeted so much. This guy tweeted so much, chat. Do you remember how much he used to tweet? Elon wants me on X. I'm not going back there. That's not happening. What is he... There's just load for those on TV defending my use of the word. Can you see this, chat? You can't quite see it, can you? Fuck's sake. Hold up. How do I like... Oh, man. Oh, here we go. For those on TV defending my use of the word schlonged because mainstream media is giving it false meaning, tell them it means beaten badly. When I said Hillary Clinton got schlonged by Obama, it meant got beaten badly. The media knows this. This is so stupid. He just tweets through it. It's so funny. Where's the actual tweet? Is it not? Oh, whatever, man. Maybe he said it on the TV or some shit. I don't fucking know. Anyway, that's fucking funny as fuck. Normally that grandpa just yells shit from the living room. This one had a platform. Yeah.
Is Bush League shit. Culture war is the piss garbage.
Wait, you've got the clip? Chris. Sorry, I can't read chat because of the one monitor thing. Chris, show me the clip. She got schlonged. Come on, man. We gotta see this. We gotta see this.
On the shit meal that is Republican values, but Ron has made it the main course. And so I think that's perhaps, at least partially, why nobody likes him and doesn't want him to be the president. He's also just generally running his campaign like a coward. He's avoiding Trump at all costs.
That's
and
true.
Doesn't talk to reporters or even
Chat, do you think that Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump are going to challenge each other to an MMA fight?
voters. His main pitch is that the GOP
Like Elon and
is
Zuck.
losing too much.
Do you think that's going to
And he
happen?
uses that
They've set the
pitch to
precedent.
sweatily pivot from any questions about Trump.
Do you acknowledge that Trump lost and there wasn't all this fraud that he talks about?
Well, I look at the last however many election cycles. 2018, we lost the House. We lost the Senate. 2020, Biden becomes president. Or no, excuse me, we lost the Senate in 2020. Biden becomes president and has done a huge amount of damage. Very unpopular in 2022. And we were supposed to have this big red wave. And other than like Florida and Iowa, I didn't see a red wave across this country. And so I think the party has developed a culture of losing. I think that there's...
Fucking let's go. This was immediately after. I can't find footage of him saying the exact word.
So Hillary's going to get beaten, but I haven't started with Hillary yet. What happened to her? I'm watching the debate, and she disappeared. Where did she go? Where did she go? I thought she quit. I thought she gave up. Where did she go? Where did Hillary go? They had to start the debate without her. Phase 2. What? I know where she went.
He is just acting like he's in a pub, isn't he? Like that. He's just always, every single rally he did, he's just talking like whatever, man. Like nonsense, just going on and on and on and on.
Disgusting. I don't want to talk about it.
It's disgusting. I don't want to talk about it. Such a fucking knobhead. Okay, all right.
Not accountability.
Hey now! He didn't answer that question, did he? He was asked to acknowledge that Trump lost the election, and he took that as an opportunity to say, well,
he's saying she went to the bathroom for a quickie.
We're all losers, which
he tried to argue
point.
that's not what he
and
meant.
To be fairer, point-wise, I guess, DeSantis recently gave the meekest of
So
admissions that
fucking
there wasn't
weird,
any
dude.
election
Such a
fraud.
weirdo.
And it appears as though that's as brave as he's gonna get. So, yeah, he's unlikable, ghoulish, and doesn't offer anyone solutions. I mean, unless you count Nazis, who fucking love him. Gee, what?
It's
Why
true.
do Nazis love the guy who's trying to ban humans via laws and has a campaign aide that shared this on Twitter?
He's yelling at Arsenal on the TV, yeah. Here's the video, chat. Here's the Fashwave video.
Oh, neat. It's a fucking...
God, with the Kate Bush running up that hill tune as well. Like, come on, man. Poor Kate. She don't deserve that shit.
Neo-Nazi symbol. Also Azov Battalion symbol, apparently. But hey, to keep being fair, he fired that aide. No need to think about it anymore or wonder why so many supporters and people working for him are literally Nazis. So, yeah, let's not elect the new Nazi guy. We're not even done with the other Nazi guy. And we probably won't elect this guy. Like I said, he's a deeply unlikable freak who simply doesn't have the juice. And it's likely that once Florida Man actually steps up on the national stage, America will reject him. But you know, America does have trouble with this sort of stuff.
Trumple.
Well, we shouldn't call it that. And so,
Hey Layla,
where does
welcome
this
back.
leave us? It's kind of a pickle, because as I already noted, absolutely nobody on this list is polling anywhere close to Trump. DeSantis is the closest, and he's a powerfully unpleasant Nazi guy. Most people have agreed that Trump is the most likely candidate to take on Biden, but it's unclear if Trump
Bush
can
would
even
never,
run, what with the whole conspiracy to defraud the entire United States thing. I don't know, maybe Trump will pull through and recapture the hearts and minds of the nation by demonizing Mexicans again or something. Like, does he still want to build the wall? Should somebody ask him about that? But I can't help thinking about the long ago tweet made by the ghost of a plantation.
Husker, you better believe it, dog.
If we nominate Trump, we will get destroyed, and we will
I can't believe I
deserve
just
it.
said that.
And I think this is what we're seeing finally take effect. They made this terrible deal with these...
Chat, let me apologize profusely for saying that. Here we go. Here it is. Here it is, chat. Big up, Husker.
She was going to beat Obama. I don't know who'd be worse. I don't know. How does it get worse? But she was going to beat, she was favored to win, and she got schlonged. She lost. I mean, she lost.
She She got schlonged. She got schlonged.
Everything that's been involved in Hillary has been losses. You take a look. Even a race to Obama. She was going to beat Obama. I don't know who'd be worse. I don't know. How does it get worse? But she was going to beat. She was favored to win. And she got schlonged. She lost. I mean, she lost.
You know what it is, man? It's because no one writes his speeches. He just gets up there and just freewheels it. He just free fucking wheels it. He's got like a bunch of bullet points on a card, and that's it. That's it, you know? That's it. He just fucking wings it, and he just said schlonged, and he was like, shit. And because he's a fucking megalomaniacal egotist, he just could not accept that people were saying that this was bad, and he was like, no, I didn't mean that. Everybody knows it means that she got beat real bad. You know.
Busy devil, and it is now time to collect. Trump has broken the party to the point that a major candidate talking point is whether or not they are going to pardon the crime president, who is still polling way better than all of them. He is being investigated for fraud against the American people.
I wouldn't bank on him having talking points on a card, to be honest. You're probably right. You're probably right.
This ancient and bumbling con man that's now latched to the Republican Party like a parasite. The end result of decades of dog whistling.
Thanks for that, Husker.
Finally calling the dog. And while it's a real bummer for democracy, don't get me wrong, it's at least a little fun to watch the GOP squirm. I can't.
The thing is that all the other candidates that he's discussed so far, apart from maybe like Ron DeSantis, but even Ron DeSantis, really, like, they're just like, they'll never say the shit that Trump says. Do you know what I mean? Because Trump just doesn't give a fuck. You know, he's literally said, we're going to ban transgenders. You know what I mean? He's literally just said, we're going to ban transgenders. And that's just open fascism. That's just it. Do you know what I mean? So, like, they will never beat Trump because the people who are going to vote for Trump want people to say shit like that openly. Do you know what I mean? That's what they fucking want. At best, they'd be on his hand. Who knows, man? Who fucking knows with the way it could fucking go? You never know. They might end up all getting fucking murdered or some shit. I don't know.
I can't imagine what it must be like to look at these freaks and know that you have to pick one of them to represent your party. What an absolute nightmare to have it come down to the criminal.
Oh no, chat.
Or the
I did a go live. I did a go live story on Instagram and it didn't even upload. And I've been live for 4 hours and 40 minutes. Oh, today is not my day. Today is not my day. Chat, you should give me money to make me feel better. DeSantis is just running on the extremely slim chance that Trump is in prison. We all know he'd run from prison, still easily walk away with the nomination. Yeah.
Likeable and
That's
also
right.
criminal racist. I guess, you know, they made their choice and picked Trump.
Right, well, I'm just going to
Slightly
delete that
less terrible
story.
Option to them. It's like choosing between a room full of spiders or a room full of slightly bigger spiders. Or picking between, I don't know. Smuggles! Right, thank you. It's like choosing between Warmbo and a slightly more terrifying Warmbo. Thank you for that metaphor.
Thanks, Nada.
Warmbo. That is your name, right? I can smell you. Awesome. Wait, so who won the debate?
We don't think in terms of winners or losers, Mr. Cody. Us Wombos aren't limited by your binary views of morality, silly goats.
I'll dig under your skin, Hosey. Make you feel high in the kite. That sounds fair. Weird. I feel like I should be terrified, but I mainly just feel this dull warmness. Like I'm drowning in a summer river, but don't care to thrash about.
That's normal.
This is literally just how most people are about everything that's going on right now, right?
This is all very normal.
This is all very, very normal. Cool. Now who wants me to nibble on them?
Be gone, felt demon!
Whoa! What just happened?
That Warmbo was gonna steal your social security number from me.
Oh, snap, really? Well, thanks for... Wait, are you in a movie theater?
Yeah, man, I'm seeing Meg 2, The Trench. It's the shark movie I was asking about.
Hell yeah.
Gotta see if you wanted to go. But I didn't.
Oh, you've never invited me to anything. Okay, yeah, I think I saw a trailer for that. It's like with Jason Statham?
I think it's Strat-Hat.
Hey, you keep it down. I'm trying to watch the shot.
You're thinking of David Strathairn.
I'll Google it. Hold on.
Get off your fucking phone.
Oh, did you want to get crucifixed, bro? In front of your date? No, I didn't think so.
Damn it! We forgot about Doug Burgum.
Who's Doug?
I don't know, some guy who wants to be in charge of everybody. You know this was our 200th episode, right?
Really? Oh, hold on. Let me get a selfie to remember it.
Don't take a
Arr.
I feel like we should have done something special for it.
I mean, we did just kill someone.
Yeah, that's true.
Felt good, didn't it? That power of taking a life. The rush. It's addicting.
Yeah, wait, what?
Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Are we gonna... Was that illegal to kill him? Does he count? Well, let's just keep this between us, just in case. Happy 200th episode, folks.
Yay.
Yes, happy 200th
Yay.
episode. Keep your fucking mouths shut. All of you keep your fucking mouths shut. Otherwise, Cody Johnston will find you and he'll kill you. Just like he killed all the others.
Okay, hanging up.
That's the fucking Among Us noise. Among Us? That's the fucking Among Us noise that he just used when he hung up.
Am I going to jail?
Well, there it is, chat. Oh, I nearly did it. Okay, I did it. I managed it. Chat, don't forget to show some love to Cody over there on Some More News. Well, I did it. I absolutely did it, and I'm pretty fucking happy about that because, oh my god. Streaming with one monitor is hard as shit. I'd forgotten how hard this actually is, but I did it. We did a stream. It was pretty good. Thank you so much, everyone who's been here. It's time for me to go now. I'm going to go ahead and raid a streamer that I was talking about earlier who was in my chat, so I'll get to see if you all listened to me and followed her when I asked you to. But if you didn't, because you weren't here, don't worry about it. I'll let you off. Okay. Chat, we're going to raid Queen Pip. We're going to raid Queen Pip. She's live. She's playing Fax Anadu. Whatever that is. Fax Anadu. I don't know. But I will see you all tomorrow. It's successfully streamed. Hopefully it'll be a more entertaining stream because, like I say, there will be two different monitors and it'll be like normal. So that'll be good. But thanks so much, everybody, for being here. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much for all the donos. Thank you so much for all the follows. Appreciate that. Appreciate those. Thank you just for being here. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for lurking. And if you've been watching this VOD on the VOD channel, which I do have, by the way, and you should go and subscribe to it because we're really close to 200 subs on the VOD channel. Thank you so much to all the subs on the VOD channel. Please like, share, comment, all that stuff. Thanks for supporting. I'll see you in a bit. That's it. I've forgotten how to end the stream because I don't know what I'm doing. I'll be back tomorrow. Stay excellent to each other. Mwah. Peace, 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 peace. Good night, good night, good night.